be live now. You need to tell me if everything is working.
On Facebook I went live, and on Twitch we're live.
Okay. I guess Darius is waiting for me to exit the bits.
So looking at this, everybody's on mediums, apart from gold, which are hards.
Mhm.
Looks like Mexico out there.
I'm also a little bit confused.
Well, like a Western.
No, Mexico from Breaking Bad.
Well, let's hope Alex cooks like that famous teacher as well.
In the dryer. I couldn't be bothered to put the bed sheet here away. So it will get sweaty. Do I have to leave a little bit of a gap? Because I think now, since it's for manual formation lap, it's possible. Okay. Yeah. Feel like they are driving away. But who cares? Yeah. No. Yeah. Can't do anything. Ah, yeah, I think I know what it is. Now it should be there. I hope.
Yep.
Perfect.
Then remember mix at the start, and that's when you cross the line.
So I should catch up. Okay.
You're gonna deafen you soon, Alex. But good luck.
Thank you, Jimmy. What tires is Darius on?
Hards.
Not sure what happened, but you know the game. Stay out.
Yeah, sure. Can you check the Excel file?
I am checking the Excel file.
Tell you what you can do though. I don't know if that's legal. Can you go
No,
through the
it's
pit
not.
lane?
It's
Oh,
not.
No, it's
It's
not
not.
legal.
It's not. We need to stop.
okay.
And also, I think pit exit and the entry is a little bit
Yes.
longer.
Yes.
I guess the car in front of me is damaged then, or was it in the GT class? Yeah, maybe it was in the GT class actually. I just thought, okay, slowly everything's getting up to temperature. No, I'm freezing again.
So what happened this time that caused this?
Not sure. Haven't seen anything.
I guess someone just lost it in Rouge or something.
Let's
Because
see.
no
the
way
stream.
there, yeah, no way there is any possibility to have a fight and a
I just
crash.
see Jonas is writing again. We lost the engine. So must be a big
Oh,
one.
poor guy, poor guy.
They cannot serve stop and goes as well, right?
Now they
Exactly.
don't have them yet anyway. Jimmy has to run the script first, I think.
Oh, replay coming up. LMP2 lost it.
Really?
Yes. Oh, multiple LMP2s lost it. Oh my god. Jesus.
I mean, it is
And
quite cold.
and and an LMP2 rejoined into
Oh no, GT.
uh the GT field, and it was
It's
visceral again.
not that surprising. It is really, really cold. First lap is bad.
Yeah. First lap Eau Rouge is really a pain. What about the strategy now? I don't. Oh yeah, you told me.
You, yes, you do. We basically do the same.
Okay. Only the stints might get a little bit shorter, or like the race. I mean,
Yes.
now every drive-through is being assigned.
Oh my. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Jesus. Okay, that's a race ban. Jesus.
We're going to end soon. Remember, everything is cold.
Anthony, feel free to answer chat questions. It's important, you know.
Yes, this is the team analyst rules.
Yes, exactly.
You're useful.
Let's go.
Didn't hear anything yet?
Nope.
How can code 80 be more than a lap?
I think Jimmy's asleep.
Surely some whisper issues, you can't. You can't tell me otherwise. Is it original target +1 or +2? Lap wise.
Nothing has changed out. should approach the GTs. There's a back straight, big pack.
So, fuel check on the line. It's 40.74.
Four point 4.07.
Da wird so langsam Zeit, mein Freund.
Box, 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 box.
With tires or without?
No tires, no tires, no tires, no tires.
That was a close call, man. What the
I know,
hell?
I know, I know,
Ah!
I know, I know. Don't miss the box.
24 seconds. Best thing ever that we are requesting pit stop right at the race start, man.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I asked Yele to retire those cars, man. Like those two viscerals have had like 5 offs so far. They're gonna take out more cars.
All good, all good.
Remember to stay on the limiter if it's not ended by then.
Yes, sir.
And please just keep doing same number for now. I am calculating.
I heard some enjoyment in your voice. Ah,
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean it's all quite close now.
it wasn't a bad setup, man. Like he tried to overtake a GT in the in Eau Rouge.
yeah,
Alex, you
hopefully.
can shift up like 3
Yeah.
gears.
Just fearing this bug where you at some point start going over 80.
Yeah, yeah, in the downhill, let's don't do it. I've
Yeah.
experience with that here.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
you do actually. We reported that. Yeah.
Oh, Timo. How? How dare you?
Pettiness gets you far in life.
Ah, now I have to remember our discussion yesterday, that is, what was it? When we are only refueling.
Yeah, it's literally on the limit.
Yeah, I looked at the lap number and I knew. I knew, okay. Yeah, but yeah, no, I know again. I know again.
And this was super sharp. I was still listening to what Jimmy was talking about, and this guy is already screaming, box, 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 box,
Mm.
box. Good job, Dennis. Good job.
Okay, only one guy stayed out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Schweikowski.
Well, well, that guy behind you.
As well, yeah, Netrex, I think.
Yeah.
So both networks like behind you are without stopping and they're relatively close. Other than that, I don't know.
Are we
Okay.
sure Schweikovsky didn't pit? Because his thing reset, and I'm pretty sure I saw in the mirror. Maybe he didn't refuel to full tank.
Everyone is jumping the restart, you can't tell me. Can you see what Van Starkenburg pace was? Because now he has like, I don't know, 40 liters less. So he might be faster.
He was doing high 2s, low 3s before.
I guess he will be a bit quicker. Not sure if it's worth fighting. Too much at least. 24 points we have, okay.
Just for your info, Alex, if they go for an overtake, don't fight it. But obviously, you know, no need to let them go if you're cruising either.
Copy. Bro. Little scared. Startenburg already pitted? Or pits, I mean. Lol.
Can you repeat?
That the Netrex car is in the pits, right? Did he die?
In the pits
he's in
because
the
he didn't
pits.
pit during code 80.
Yeah, still, it's quite early. Are you guys available for a fuel check? Or is that still in the Excel rabbit hole?
Alex, we're always available for a fuel check.
Okay, so 51.01. I think it's in the middle of nowhere again.
I mean, why not
8.92,
extend it?
Alex.
Discussions going on, I heard. Ah, not a good move. Ah, come. Nice. The other LMP2 that stayed out is in the pits now.
Copy, thank you.
Oh, this dirty air is horrendous. Also, I think this LMP1 guy just had a spin or something. He dropped.
He did have a spin. You're right.
Could be.
He was fighting and he got collided into.
So still no fuel number for me or what?
I said 3.92, Alex, thank you.
I didn't hear that. Driver and tire swap in the next stop.
Yes.
Copy. Oh, there's a wheel lying at the exit of Eau Rouge. Might be a code 80 or something. Yeah, there's a really slow LMP2. Missing front right wheel. Okay, so I passed him now. He is no name. It's Ramada. So I should be able to gain a bit of a gap to him before code 80 comes, if it comes. Should I swap tires in case?
Muted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dennis is joining, sir.
I guess Jimmy can't be bothered anymore. 7 more laps. 4 more laps. Two more laps. I think P2 is pitting. And P3 as well.
You are correct. Everybody is in apart from you.
Copy. Okay, then it's boxing. Hope you are ready.
He is ready. Don't worry.
Good job.
Thanks.
Amazing.
So,
Alex, it is exactly 6 stints from now. Half of them 22, half of them 21.
okay, nice.
To be safe, will you be doing 22 only, or will you go 21?
I will start now with
Yeah, it's
22. I mean, it's like, you know, it's not difficult anyway, and it's like then we have more options later. So.
yeah, it's
Perfect.
really it's not that easy to burn that much fuel.
Yeah.
So I would just say just go 22 and we'll underfuel on the last stint.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
see. I will just see how far I can get.
Perfect. I love you guys. You're good teammates. Good teammates.
Ah. Okay. $20 seconds. Oh, Hemmingson doing triple, apparently. $10 seconds. Enjoy.
Nice. Good job, good job.
Not quite. Christian Paulson getting ahead there on that Go team car, and Weiss needing to let out of the throttle, otherwise there'll be a rather large incident.
Yeah, fortunately that was a good decision. Just in the background you can see there's the Ferrari car coming out of the pit lane, as we mentioned, Jordan getting in.
I'll be right back.
But they are way down, so maybe teams around them didn't change tyres, going for a third stint. And actually this would be a good time to see on the tyres. Now they are all on mediums, but there's definitely potentially some tyre triple stints going around, and that is, I think, what we've seen here for Ferrari dropping down. So yeah, I do not know, and I can't work out what is the best option. And maybe these teams don't know either. Sometimes the maths is very close for an extra stop or something like that, or an extra tyre change.
Doing another
but you never quite know until the end of the 6 hours.
So they're gonna have, I don't know,
Yep, you never do.
They're gonna have
quite
to
well. And
triple
of course,
since,
with the code
I
dailies
think
that
they're
they've
triple stinting
had
by
so far, we
default.
haven't had any for about 50
the
minutes
mediums.
now. This
You can triple stint the
almost
mediums right now,
adds in
so
an
maybe
extra
they're going on to
question,
hards
an
next.
extra variable to the strategy.
You never
because
know.
we had 2 in the first
Yeah, that's what
hour,
I'm wondering.
and then you
Because
might
this
not
triple
have
since I
any
get,
for
but
the
that,
rest of the race.
but I
so
don't know
the
because that
question
means
is,
I'll have
do
to.
you
Darius is also
make
on the
a
use set,
strategy
by the way.
based on there being another couple of code
Yeah, it
dailies
makes
perhaps,
sense,
or do you
right?
make a strategy?
It's just-
No, it
spend
doesn't.
on
If
the
you
No, I
do-
remainder of
mean,
the race
I mean
going
in
green.
terms of
Ah,
it
yeah,
works,
that's
right?
the
The
tricky
tires
one.
won't die,
And I
but,
guess
mean,
you
in
do
terms of,
plan on it going green to the end after
You
that
will need
one.
one stint on the hards.
Hoping
That's
for a code 80 is
thing.
always. I mean, it never works, unfortunately.
No.
For some reason, that's just how how racing goes. It's very difficult to hope that
Darius
someone's
is
going to
on
crash
hards,
as
by the way,
such.
so
But
he was
here
gonna
is Gold
go for this
Racing,
regardless.
Darius Andre, and
true.
they are the only car, at least in the top 8, on those hard compound tyres. So they are trying to go longer, or at least maybe have slightly more consistent tyres at the end of the stints. And yeah, just going for
I
something a
assume
little
those
bit
3
different,
ahead,
but they're
they are
only
also third
about
stint,
5
right?
seconds behind
Le Mans
that
and Palace
Ferrari car
supplies.
as well. So
Yeah, all of
that
them
is
are
not working
on
out too badly
used
for them,
sets.
despite their
Same as Darius behind you.
their penalty a
Yep.
little bit earlier, and maybe they're going longer on these tyres, trying to do a triple stint, like that save a tyre stint to get that time back that they lost from that penalty.
Yeah, and really, for these penalties,
Darius
it's,
is actually
as you said before, essentially any that
cooked
you
quite
pick
a bit,
up
to be
this
honest.
race due to contact, or due to
Yes,
racing
that's what I'm
on
worried
the racing
about.
instant, because
Because
you've been assigned a penalty. You
obviously
get
he
what I
has
mean.
his tire change still
These
to
are
go,
then
but he still
applied for the
gained
next
like
race,
in
but
that
of course
20
next
seconds
race
somehow
there's
from the code
quadruple the
80s,
time
which
to
is
make up that time.
good.
Yes,
for
there
him,
really
not
is,
for us,
as you're
but-
mentioning. We go to a 24 hours of Daytona, and that is going to be a whole load of fun. I'm sure that is on the 13th of January. So what's that, about 6 weeks time we go there. So it's going to be a fun one, 24-hour race in the middle of the season. Normally in the last multiple seasons, probably about 7-8 years, possibly even more than that, we've always had the only 24-hour race being at VEC Le Mans at the end of the year. But now, Vida, we have one in the middle of the season, and of course there's extra points, 1.5 times points that get paid
Right,
out
yep.
for those races. So it really makes it that little bit more important.
Yeah, and as you said, I think probably last time we had 2 24 hours in the same season is when we had 24 hours of Spa. Maybe you know,
Yes.
we will be able to tell you that later on.
Yeah, I'm going to try and have a look on the old results system to see exactly when it was. But I remember I started season 10, and we definitely didn't have one back there. So we'll try and work that one out for you. It's certainly been a very long time since we've had that. And the reason why, I found out season 6. No, it was not season 6. It was before that. It was a massively long time ago. But it was certainly. It's one of those things where multiple 24-hour races is actually very, very difficult to have during a season. Obviously, it's a lot of work for the admins behind the scenes, and it's a lot of effort for the drivers as well to get involved. But certainly, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, and well, of course, season 5 over a decade ago. That'll make Jimmy feel old.
I'm sure
As-
he feels old either way.
As now a quarter of the way through the race, under 4.5 hours to go, so we're having this Thomas Enga sim racing car coming into the pits fairly early, actually.
Yeah, so this must be because they put under that code 80, which was around sort of 5 hours 20 something minutes, so that makes sense. But that does mean that they'll have basically an extra pit stop over the race, because they'll have to pit with the last sort of 30 minutes left in the race. So that's going to be an interesting one with how that one is going to work out. And that might be the situation I was mentioning earlier, where sometimes pitting, if the code 80 is too early in the stint, sometimes it's actually worse, because you then still add a pit stop to the race. So instead of doing 5 pit stops in between each of the 6 hours, they're now going to have a 6th pit stop. Yeah, I wonder how that one is going to work out later on, compared to the likes of Mark Veit here, who stayed out that whole time and saved the fuel. And now coming around the final corner, is he going to be able to get ahead of Sedlacek? Because that might be actually some track position that's very important later in the race.
It looks like it will happen, actually. And there you go. That move made in the pit lane, well, at least I should say on track, while that Thomas Engie car was in the pit lane. And Lucas Vernon, that Anage Competition cars managed to get past. Indeed, there's been a driver change. Now Vojta Plesny in that Thomas Engie sim racing car is they're coming out of the pits. And you've got to hug the tyre wall on the right hand side before being spad out onto the track here. And of course that allows a little bit more time for the cars coming up the hill to actually spot you coming out of the pit lane, but it's not always guaranteed that that happens.
No, it's a very dangerous pit exit actually. Yeah, it's a very difficult point of the track to get back up to speed because it's right on the racing line as well. You generally, as a racing line, you cut off that corner, the Kemmel curve. As such, it's not really a corner, you don't really think about it, but you still obviously try and, cut it off as straight line as much as possible. So for those coming out of the pit lane, they're obviously 100 k's an hour less at that point of the track because they're still getting up to speed. All of a sudden, you're slap bang on the racing line.
Wait, is that it?
Very
No,
difficult
that's not
situations.
it. No.
Adam Taylor here comes into the pit lane for Wanako. Wanako actually having a half-decent result last time out. As well, they were looking to get a half-decent result last time out, I should say. I believe they had some issues, but they certainly showed some good pace, at least. They're currently down in 6th place in the championship, and they are 26 points off. So that gap's starting to open up a little bit. And they're currently in 3rd place for your team. Obviously, Vida, this team was used to being up in the top category in the P2s, the DPIs for a long time, but now dropped down to GT3 to try something a little bit different.
Yeah, and why not? Variety is the spice of life, isn't it? But yes, this Wanako car, as you saw up there on the jack, so I imagine this is both a driver and tyre change. 3rd position in class as it stands, but of course right there at the beginning of the pit lane it looks like, so we'll have a long agonizing time on that pit limiter.
I don't know what's better actually. If it's the long run after or the long run before, obviously fuel wise, as it is a driver change, Nico Barkley getting into that car, but sometimes as a driver as well, Barkley getting in, he just wants to get out on the track, and now he's got to sit there for probably a best part of a minute, 30 plus seconds going down at pit entry or pit lane speed, I should say. And so there they go, rejoining the track as Georg Weiss comes into the pit lane for Seawolf, and they've got the very first box there. So was it Gold Esports, we said, all the way down the end, and there's the other LMP2 of Seawolf all the way at the beginning. And yeah, you're right. I mean, there must be, obviously it's effectively the same fuel in the tank because Georg Weiss will use that extra half a litre to get out of the pit lane. But it's certainly a bit of a different one where he can basically run it to empty on the tank, whereas the others need to leave a little bit in. It's definitely an interesting situation.
As we're having a look here at that Seawolf Netrace car, Georg Weiss, that we saw on track a couple of laps ago, been out stationary there in the pit lane. Polly Allen and trying to break into the top 10 here in the Satellite Racing car, coming out of Les Combes, and then trying to chase down this BMW, that number 66 car ahead. And eventually going through his left-hander and right there into the rear wing, so there's a good chance of getting a nice amount of slipstream, especially when the car ahead goes a little bit wide like that.
Well, we do have a battle for 3rd place in hypercars coming past them,
and it was that
as well.
Same time, yeah.
Yeah, that is the burst. They got ahead of Go Team in the pit stops, and they are now under pressure from Delorme. So, as I was mentioning, Delorme in that 3rd place, dropped back behind, but is showing some good pace. So a bit of strategy there from Burst, I think, to just gain a couple of seconds to jump ahead. But it's going to be a difficult one to hold on to there. And Burst haven't really shown the race-winning speed too much this season. They've always been sort of in and around the podium, top 5 area, but Race Clutch seemingly, and Winchik having a little bit of a step in advantage in the pace so far this season. So it's now the battle for 3rd place. That is important for these guys. A bit of a lock there on the rear end though, as he feels the pressure of the 17 car getting closer.
Yeah, of course, locking up your tyres under braking isn't helpful because that drastically decreases the tyre life as well. So you want to obviously avoid that as much as possible. And it also warms them up a lot, and it can be incredibly difficult to cool them back down into their optimum operating temperature. The Renault DeLorme here, we're having a look in that Go Racing Team car, half a second the gap to that final podium position, accelerating down the Kemmel Straight towards Les Combes, and half a second a little bit too far back to make a move, especially when you've got cars as fast as these hyper cars coming through that final right-hander, and then essentially the crest of the circuit before diving all the way down. Essentially it's all the way downhill to here, down towards Paul Ferrer, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. Highest point of the track there at Malmedy. And yeah, certainly you know that when you're there, because walking anywhere else is always massively downhill. But just quickly catch a couple of pit lane runners as well. There's Kinect for Sebring, continuing their struggles after 2 60-second stop and hold penalties. We also had Danny Van Der Neet just get in the car for the 27 Netrex entry, so he's just coming out onto the track there. That was Rob van Starkenburg, who he swapped out for. And we also have, who was your current race leader in GT3s, is the visceral car of Diogo Silva, but of course he's going to drop back behind, you would assume, Thomas Enger Sim Racing by the time they come out of the pit lane. However, Polesny, who's got in that car, is looking very fast. He's now behind Yannick Loos and is trying to chase him down. 6th place in class as it stands. Oh, he's going to be let past as well. Nice and easy. So Plus is not attacking anyone today, is he? Richie Hoyer dives down the inside too.
Yes, there's that battle for third position again. Look at that, almost side by side. The Go Team car couldn't really get the acceleration needed, having to be forced to take that incredibly tight line through the left-hander. Couldn't get the throttle down as early as they wanted, and as a result couldn't make that move. And it looked like it could possibly be on, but here comes DeLorme down the hill, and that lovely A-pillar directly in the middle of the view. Yes.
Yeah, the massive slide there at the top, coming over the crest, and that has lost his momentum there. You're right, the A-pillars here, they are absolutely stonking on this car. It is a lot more sort of in your face compared to the LMP2 chassis. But yeah, hopefully the driver's having enough view there, and I'm sure DeLorme had enough view of that slide at the top of the hill. That'll be getting him a little bit unnervy, but he is showing some good speed, and these drivers, they are faster as well, at least on the last lap than Mergely. So only 12 seconds back. I wonder if they can chase down Winchik by the end of this race.
It's going to be one of the key questions running down towards the last couple of hours. We've got 4 hours and 28 minutes to go here at Spa, and Wim DeLorme 0.8 of a second, but as you correctly said, on this last lap, lost a lot of time with that big twitch at the top of the hill, but this GT3 traffic is in turn helping this Go Team racing car. Oh, and I say that's not helpful.
It certainly isn't, and DeLorme there just running out of space, not quite judging that GT3 car to come back on that racing line. There wasn't any overlap, so in my opinion the GT3 car was able to do that, and DeLorme just getting onto the curb, and unfortunately that has really ruined his battle. He's going to be losing so much time, over 10 seconds he lost in that, and of course he needs to get back up to speed, so probably lose another sort of half a second on this straight, and that is really not an ideal situation. He was looking so good to get back onto that podium, but now is going to have to work with that a lot more, and that lets Michi Hoyer off the hook a little bit, because to be honest, video, I was really expecting Go Team to get back past there.
Yeah, and of course it's what you were saying before, commentator's curse. Yep. Fantastic. Sorry, Go Team, that's not my fault.
It's certainly a big factor potentially, although it is a coincidence most of the time. As I just saw this battle between Go Team, the other Go Team team in LMP2, get very close to Ferrari, though they have just dropped back a little bit, so I wonder if they lost out a little bit with that traffic there. So obviously Ferrari slightly off strategy compared to some of these teams, and they've got away from Gold Racing. That was down to about 5 seconds. That's up to 10, and now they're chasing down Go Team to get back onto the podium.
And just a couple of tenths that gap. That Go Team car, the Go Team team are doing quite well. 4th and 5th in the hypercars, 3rd in the LMP2s as it stands, and having a very good race here at Spa this afternoon. That's the LMP2 leader in the pits, and I imagine we'll lose that lead to that on-off car.
Yes, Vikovsky into the pit lane, changing tyres as well. So I wonder if he'll get out of that car as we're coming up towards 2 hours completed in this race. And definitely
So
the
20 laps for
strategies are
Schweikovsky
all
on
over
this
the
time.
place in this LMP2 as Delorme takes the lead. And of course, at one point, he was down in sort of 5th place on track. So all over the place it has been in this, especially in the LMP2 category. And that's going to be good fun to work out over the course of the race who's chosen best. Of course, we had a couple of Code 80s and all sorts of action happening. But here's Dennis Jordan. He's closed up and he's getting really close now to what will be 2nd place after that pit stop for Hyperion.
That's going to be very fun, isn't it? Eventually, when that happens, I believe that it is this car that's causing that Cody, the car that's currently 14th in the GT3 class. I believe it's a 66 Visceral car going off at Speaker's Corner. Was the cause of that quick yellow that you saw up there in the corner. But yes, Dennis Jordan here trying to defend that 2nd position from that Go Team car and doing a very good job. As you said, this Ferrari Esports lineup is incredibly strong, perhaps one of the stronger ones in the LMP2 field.
And it makes sense with Jordan and Siebel both being multiple-time champions of the VEC. And I believe, multiple classes as well. I believe both in the P2s and in the hypercars for those drivers. So certainly some fast ones, and they know what they are doing and how to get it done in endurance racing. And also, just a big note to obviously have the official Ferrari esports team coming into championship like VEC. It's great to see teams like that coming in. Also Race Clutch up there, part of the Alpine esports teams as well. So awesome to have top level teams coming in, and Dennis Jordan just showing his prowess, getting past there and starting to pull away massively already from Go Team Racing, dropping them by 2 seconds is all. Someone has had an issue there. One of the GT3s
that sounds
I think was Visceral,
actually. Yes, that was that Visceral car that had that. It's the other one, the 66. The one that's further down. Without a rear wing. So that was probably what, as I said, it was very slow up there at Speaker's Corner. So that was probably why.
Yeah, lost the rear wing. So potentially going backwards into the outside barrier there and having some issues. No Code 80 or anything like that. They were able to get back to the pit lane at a reasonable speed, and everyone else continues on. But unfortunately, Visceral, they've had issues with both LMP2s as on cue, one of the LMP2s going past there, and also now in the GT3 category. So that is a very difficult day for them. Let's see how this one works out. Jelle Binsbergen as well, and the other Visceral LMP2 in the pit lane.
And so LMP2 cars coming in. I'm wondering if this is a little bit of a sequence. I imagine it will be for Binsbergen. But yes, stationary, and it looks like, well, you can see it up on the jacks there, so it looks like a tyre swap and almost likely be a driver swap as well. But yes, below in that number 66 car, stationary, and that is not fun at all. Watching everyone else racing past, you can see that Arnage GT3 car just going past as well. Yes, just knowing that you just got to wait for that damage to be repaired in order to be able to have a safe car to go out racing again. That's that on-off LMP2 car in the lead of the said class by about 10 seconds.
Yes, but I wonder how this is going to work out over the course of the next part of the race, because they were behind Ferrari and now they're ahead. So I believe it's because they've done a tyre change less than Ferrari, but that will therefore mean that Ferrari are probably quicker at this point, which makes sense because Dennis Jordan was 2.4 seconds quicker on the previous lap. And you just saw him in the background of shot there. Now he's coming in towards turn one. So this 10-second gap is going to come down very, very fast, and potentially proving that staying on those older tyres might not be the right strategy. But again, we'll have to see how that one works out, because it seems like yeah, the new tyres is really a bigger factor around here if it is over 2 seconds a lap.
And yeah, that's just a little bit. That's quite the time difference there, isn't it? 2 seconds a lap. But yes, Dennis Jordan here, 9.2 seconds. The gap towards that on-off car. So that gap actually reduced a little bit. But as you said before, Dennis Jordan, multiple champion in multiple classes as well. So we know that Jordan is an incredibly fast driver. You can see the tyres there, and you've just got that car in 4th position in the LMP2 class, doing the alternate strategy. The alternate strategy for now, with that car being, I think that's that 26 Gold Racing Team car, isn't it?
Yes, Seawolf, they're just ahead, but yeah, Gold, of course, Go Team Gold just in behind by a couple of places there, and the numbers have been all over the place in this race so far. So it's certainly an interesting one of how the maths is all going to converge, and that's generally what it does. In the last couple of hours, last couple of pit stops, we're going to see basically who's done the right decision. And once again, Dennis Jordan is looking very, very fast. He was 2 seconds faster than Lemoyne in that middle sector. So this Ferrari car is really showing its speed at this point in the race. And whatever strategy it is they're doing compared to the others, and when they're changing tyres, it is working out, because despite them dropping further back, they are now just accelerating ahead up towards the front of the field. But their main issue that I see is that obviously the Hyperion car, which is currently down at 8th position, they're going to flip-flop quite dramatically up towards the front and then further back. So depending on when that flip-flop is coming to the final pit stop, that could be very, very important.
And that final pit stop will be very important. Of course, you don't want to change tyres here particularly. So if you're changing tyre, you might want to actually double stint that final set of tyres, as well as you want to take on as little fuel as possible, because of course the less fuel you take on, the less time you spend stationary. So that is going to be something to keep an eye on for the end of this race. This Ferrari car, look at that, 7.7 seconds now the gap. So reducing that gap, maybe about a couple of seconds a lap, just under a little bit. So just a few laps until we possibly see this battle lead in the LMP2 class, as Jordan is coming down towards Pool, and that's one of the Go Team. No, who is that? Is that getting up the inside of that Porsche, coming through Pool, and for quite a few of these corners, of course, you've got to cooperate with the slower classes, but sometimes there is only really one line.
Yeah, and it's not the nicest when you're GT to try and get off that line as well. So sometimes you just got to do your own thing, and then obviously the prototypes have to come past you. But they also, especially in some corners, it's a bit of a one-line corner as well, so they can't go sort of full speed just completely around the outside of you. So it's always a bit of a tricky one, and some some body language that is needed. So hopefully they can work that out. But then that's part of the endurance racing. That's why myself, when I raced, I was generally in the either of the prototype categories, because I liked having that traffic part of the racing as well, not just in the GTs where you're sort of relying on other people. At least you have a little bit of control over your race in those prototype categories.
It's always nice to have a little bit more control, but of course something that these prototype cars in particular have got to keep in mind, if they're passing a GT car on the outside, you've got to remember the GT cars do not have as much of the aerodynamic bodywork when compared to the prototypes, and so will naturally drift out more towards the exit of a corner. So that's something else that these prototype drivers have to keep in mind, is that essentially these GT cars sometimes do really meet the entirety of the circuit.
Yes, they really do. I mean, they are on the limit. They're fast cars, actually. GT3s. They have a lot of power, a lot of downforce, but they just don't have anywhere near the level, of course, of the prototypes when you compare them like that. So they are and they're generally a little bit more understeery as well. So as you come into the corner, they sort of push on, they really go wide. As Jordan, they're also using all of the track, scraping on the curbs there on the exit of Bahrain. So definitely trying to chase down Lemoyne. On the previous lap, there was another 1.5 seconds the way of the Ferrari driver. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have the lead, maybe even by the end of this hour.
Yep, that could well be something that is on the card. 7.5 minutes to go until the end of this hour. So for these LMP2 cars, that's maybe about 3 laps, but maybe about 3.5 laps till the end. So that could well be a thing. And look at that hypercar just coming past both the GT and coming towards the 39, but not able to make a move on that number 39 before braking for the chicane. Is coming across the start-finish line is Dennis Jordan, that Scuderia Ferrari eSports car, and that gap just extended slightly, 4.7 seconds now to the on-off car. And yeah, maybe this hypercar will make it past before Eau Rouge, and indeed that has happened. And Dennis Jordan will be able to get a little bit of a slipstream from the hypercar, but of course it will streak away in the distance.
Certainly, yeah, certainly will. Yeah, they're definitely in towards some clean air now as that gap comes down even more. It was another 1.2 seconds. So this just shows you that staying out that extra stint, I don't think is going to work out for on-off here. The newer tyres really seem to be a bigger factor, at least when it comes to sort of the doubles and triples. Well, actually, it's not even that, because it's dead on brand new tyres as well compared to on-off. So the offset is massive at this point in the race, and is really starting to yeah, to work out. Yeah, so this is yeah, definitely working out very nicely for them over the course of this middle part of the race, coming towards the end of this second hour, and Ferrari seems to be in control, but then you never know, because Hyperion will jump up once more after the next round of stops. So at some point that is going to come back to them. And actually one category there I haven't looked at too much in a while, but it's still actually quite interesting, is the GT3s. We have Mark Vaite leading the way, as he has done actually for quite a while now. So they stayed long after that Code 80. They stayed out, they went long, and they've gained time that way. And Arnage, despite having a drive-through penalty now, are sitting in that second place, with Thomas Enger Sim Racing not too far in behind. But Thomas Enger, of course, the most offset in terms of the strategy, I believe. And then the other Black Hawk of Breutigam a little bit behind, not being quite able to keep up. So I think this battle in GT3 is actually going to go on quite nicely, because they're all close together, but they're all doing something slightly different.
Yeah, and that's part of the fun of endurance racing, isn't it? But you can see that Arnage Competition car only 1.9 seconds back from the race leading.
I think the pace is getting quicker as the race is going on.
But this one, this Black Hawk car,
the race is coming out to be longer than
it's
what
about 5 seconds
Dennis
back
calculated
from that
for
final
me.
podium
By
position.
like
So a little bit of a bigger gap,
we
but
just
that
stick with
Arnage car
2020.
could certainly
if
well
we
be
stick to 22,
hunting
we'll be
down
fine
for
anyway.
that provisional
Yeah, but that's
race
the
lead,
original
and that
plan, so
gap
it's fine.
for the lead of the LMP2 class is now
And
under
going
3
23 isn't that
seconds.
difficult for especially
He's
them.
getting
So if
very close
his
in a
last two
couple
stints, he
of
can go
these
easily
positions.
23.
Of
If
course, and that is
necessary.
actually what we like to see
That's
a
another
little bit
issue.
further, a little bit later on into the race. So we'll have to see how these positions continue. Is this getting a little bit closer? The 3 classes going around. There's Lichhoy and Burst, and of course the Ferrari LMP2. Now this is Lucas Verla. Don't worry about the car behind him, at least
To be
in
honest,
terms
I
of
kind of
position.
calculated
Is
it's
that
half-assed.
Yimi
Because I calculated
Misula?
it
Yes,
with
it is
average pace
for
for the
Satellite
2
Racing.
stints.
So he's a couple of laps down after their issues, but of course
And
Yimi
to be honest, I
is
can't
used
predict what
to
will be
being up
later
front and leading
or other
races, so
factors,
he's
but
got the speed. The issue for him is if he gets ahead of Arnage, he's just going to get blue flags.
See, I
So unless he
calculated
can pull
for
away,
2-0
then he'll get a
by
penalty. So
average pace.
he might just have to sit in behind.
Yeah, and again, that's pretty painful, isn't it? When the car in front has got blue flags, but you just go through a section of the circuit where essentially you can't take advantage of them. But Jimmy, there's Lynn, the Satellite Racing car, 17th position in the GT3 class, 33 seconds to the car ahead, so a bit of a gap. But there's still over 4 hours to go, so that 33 seconds could be easily made up at some point, but directly under the rear wing of that Arnage car coming through down towards the chicane. It's that hypercar is coming up at a great rate of knots behind.
Yes, getting so close in a couple of these battles. Back to the LMP2 fight. It was another 1.5 seconds for Dennis Jordan, and if that rate continues, he's going to be on the back of On-Off Racing by the end of this lap. Or maybe off the next one. Look at that, how close it is. Remember, this car was many seconds back and has just had the pace. Of course, Lemoyne is hoping to get to the next pit stop before they lose the position, because then they would have net gained, because they were sort of about 4 or 5 seconds behind. So they've obviously not changed tyres. They've stayed out on the older tyres, but if they can stay ahead, then it'll be a net gain. But even if they lose position and sort of follow in behind, then that will still be a net gain. But the issue is, I think Ferrari are going to have enough speed to get past and then pull away before the next round of pit stops, which means is probably not the strategy that On-Off would have wanted. But what it has done for On-Off is completely pulled them away from the drivers in behind. They've now got a 16-second gap back to Pallison, and of course Andre for gold a little bit further behind. So I don't think this is the worst strategy in the world, but at least in terms of the race victory, look how much faster Dennis Jordan is through this middle sector.
Yeah, an incredible amount of speed for that Ferrari when compared to the On-Off car to the middle sector, which I would then say it's just a little bit more downforce, but the fact that they're faster pretty much everywhere, I'm not exactly sure that analysis is correct. But accelerating down towards Blanchimont using as much of the slipstream as possible is Dennis Jordan. Then through that flat left-hander, Blanchimont will move to the right-hand side and go up the inside towards chicane. And that looks like it's a fairly standard, simple move.
Yeah, that was the easiest overtake for the race lead I think Dennis is going to have in his life.
Nice.
As On-Off Racing not fighting that, but to be honest, they could probably do a lap holding him up, but with over a second of pace advantage at this moment in time, it doesn't really make sense to do that. So as we get to 4 hours remaining in this race, Ferrari have taken the lead, and in your hypercar category, it is continuing to be Tom Lartelu for Race Clutch to sort of lead the way by 20-odd seconds, and they don't look like they're going to be swapping around too often, because Mergeli is 22 seconds back, and then of course Michuhai another 22 seconds behind. And in your GT3 category, it is Mark Vaite leading the way, with Thomas Enger Sim Racing following in behind in second place, and the other Blackhawk car, I should say, there of Breutgum in third place. As on cue, pretty much on the hour, it is Arnage coming in to the pit lane. But I'll step aside for a couple of hours in the commentary before I rejoin you with Ewan O'Leary for the final 2 hours. But for this middle instalment of the race, it will be Zach Sweeney and Vida Heatley taking you through the way. Good luck, Zach.
Yeah, hello everyone. And of course, we've still got quite a while left to go in this race. A few weeks ago, of course, we went to the 4 Hours of Bahrain. That race would have essentially only just started, so there is still a long way to go as we tick our way through our journey across the world for season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Well, I wasn't actually here for Bahrain, so it is nice to be back to, of course, the legendary circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. Cam, Roger, Vida, Heatley to talk you through the first 2, and then myself and Vida to go through the next 2 before Cam is back with Ewan O'Leary to round off this amazing race. As well, we tick our way through, and Race Clutch still have got a very, very firm grasp on the race lead, out in front, 20 seconds clear. But LMP2 seems to be fairly hot, with Ferrari Esports and On-Off Racing battling away. And then, of course, you go into, of course, the GT3 class with the Blackhawk car. Blackhawk in general, really having a fairly decent time of things, being P1 and P3 on the podium as things stand. But with a tremendous amount of time still left to go, it should be a ton of fun, both strategically and of course with Code 80s and things, throwing things into the mix. Just had a fairly interesting conversation with Cam about all the strategy as such, and it's been fairly, to be fair, quite confusing. There's been a lot of different teams doing a lot of different things, which has really sort of just thrown me into the deep end with things as such. But there you can see Leandro Vel leaving the pit lane for Arnage competition. They are fairly on cue on the hour, as you would usually expect with the GT3s. Well, we'll be probably doing the usual double stint things as we've been seeing across pretty much all of the categories. It seems to be the fairly easiest way to go about things. Do two, and then carry on, and it sort of spaces it out as such a little bit nicer. Vida, of course, it's been a few months since we've been together in the commentary booth, but it's nice to be back. Of course, it's been a fairly interesting race today.
Indeed, since race 1, I think it was, but it has been a very interesting race so far. The fact that we had a couple of code 80s in the first hour and then haven't had anything since then. Only a small incident at Speaker's Corner, but that was able to be resolved without a code 80. But having a look here at Leandro Verle in that Arnage Competition car, 14th position in class, 43 seconds, so 44 seconds to the next car up the road, which is a long time though. As yes, having a look, I was just going to point out this battle for 3rd position in LMP2s, and that Gold Racing Team car in 4th, trying to chase down the Gold Racing Esports car. Darius Andre currently driving that one. 1.2 seconds the gap there. So a little bit too far away to gain anything from the slipstream, for example, but still possible, certainly within the sights in order to make a move. As this new best lap time there. Dennis Jordan, the Ferrari Esports, 2 minutes 2.369, new best lap time for that LMP2 class.
Very quick lap time indeed, showcasing that Ferrari Esports' pure amount of speed, and of course they're going to need it in such a hotly contested LMP2 championship. Only 5 points cover the top 3 and only 12 cover the top 4 as we approach sort of that halfway point of the season. It is lining up to be a very, very close and competitive championship. Darius Andre, of course, and Gold Racing Esports, the current championship leaders in that LMP2 class, only 3 points ahead of Team Iris. Gold Racing seem to have been the most consistent of the bunch in the LMP2s, though. I mean, they've not yet to win a race, but they've been up there in each and every single round as of yet, and right now doing the exact same thing there in P3.
Yeah, and yes, always up there is exactly what you want in order to make a good shot at the championship, if you like, in order to be able to have a go at that first position in order to take home the crown here in season 16. There's Andre, as you said, trying to hold on to this final position. The gap towards the score team car fairly stationary though, although we now have some pit stops in this GT3 class. GT Motorsport and Blackhawk both coming in.
Of course, doing themselves a couple of favours by coming in, slightly off the hour. It means that with the GT3s having roughly an hour's stint-ish, it means that their final pit stop, when we tick down into that final hour, sub 60 minutes left to go, their final stop should in theory be ever so slightly shorter, because they're going to have less distance left in the race to go, which means that in theory they should be able to put less fuel into the car, have a short pit stop time, and go again and have that sprint to the finish. So they're only doing themselves favours by having these small little bits of fuel saving, of course sometimes aided by code 80s as such, but the further into each hour they can go, Vida, the more help they're going to be giving themselves a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's always helpful. As you said, that final pit stop will be very important, because the less fuel you need to put in, the shorter you'll spend stationary, and you can gain a lot of time there, a surprising amount of time, by not actually having to fill up the tank all the way. So perhaps already counting backwards from the end of the race, presuming of course it goes green all the way there. If there's a code area at some point, that could throw another spanner in the works. But this Gold Racing Esports car appears to be essentially pulling out ever so slightly, I think, actually, from the Go Team car. 1.5 seconds now the gap, so they actually seem fairly evenly matched at this point, as one of the Go Team hypercars comes into the pits at the same time.
Yeah, Go Team, of course, fielding a fair few, number of cars across the Virtual Endurance Championship field, and are mightily successful across the majority of them. I mean, they're 6th in the hypercar class. They're unfortunately, to be fair, a little bit further down in LMP2, only 10th, but all in all, I mean, they're still up there, fighting for some decent positions, maybe just not quite had the luck as such, or sometimes even the pace on some occasions. for this season, but Darius Andre can't take anything away from him and his sort of efforts, of course, racing with Visceral last season, jumping into Gold Racing Esports. He is a mightily quick driver and, of course, is pulling away from that 4th place machine. But, of course, traffic has been something to contend with. It's always a very busy one out there on circuit, but thankfully things are a little bit more spaced out here at Spa, being a 7-kilometre circuit.
But there's still a bit over about 45 cars here. So there's a yellow in sector 1 there. That was slightly longer than normal. Of course, yellows do get thrown up for essentially cars rejoining on the pit exit, just because there's such a big speed differential there between the cars coming out the pits and the cars on the racing line. But I can't see anything that happened there in the first sector, so maybe it was just one of these speed differentials as Darius Andre comes into the pits, as well as that Go Team car behind. Sorry, the on-off car and Go Team car. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th from the LMP2 field, all coming in simultaneously.
And they begin their long voyage down the Spa Endurance pit lane. Of course, you do the entirety of the Grand Prix, then you do La Source, then you go all the way back downhill again, then you find the pit box, then you emerge at the top of Eau Rouge and Radion. It's a long one, and if there is any round to come into a race with a drive-through, this is the one that you really do not want. And unfortunately, a couple of teams have had that unfortunate fate.
Yeah, you really, really do not want it, because, as you said, it is a very, very long pit lane here at Spa, especially because we're using the endurance pit lane, so it feels like an eternity going through the pits here, as yes, lots of cars, the Netrix GP cars came in, as well as you can see in the LMP2s, and we've got some of the hypercars coming in. The Race Clutch car, which has been in the lead for pretty much the entirety of the race, well, no, for the entirety of the race actually, has came into the pits and is now down in 2nd due to being passed as it makes its pit stop.
Yeah, Race Clutch have really taken a firm grasp on this race fairly early on, but it does allow Martin Marguli for Winchett Racing Team to take the lead of the race, of course, off the back of a decent result last time at Bahrain. A month before that, of course, taking the win the round before when we headed to
Road Atlanta.
To, of course, Red Atlanta. Yeah, just trying to jog my memory a little bit. I was about to check the schedule and cheat, but no, we went to Red Atlanta. I do remember it like it was yesterday. A very good result, of course, for Winchett Racing Team. I have to say, they are, I don't want to say necessarily an underdog, but when you compare them to
Dennis,
like, Race Clutch, of course, the reigning champion of the Dutch Endurance Championship, and of course, the reigning championship, I suppose, of Spa. The last time we came here, of course, it was Race Clutch that took the top step. They're off the back of a race victory. I have to say, Winchett, to be only 5 points off them in the championship lead is a mightily good effort, and it would be very interesting to see
do you
how
know how
long
the
they keep this campaign up.
Counter works? It counts completed laps, not the lap that you're on.
That, perhaps one of the underdog teams in the hypercar class, but only 5 points back.
Live timing one.
So certainly in.
And obviously you cross the line when you're in the pits.
At the championship, of course, this is round 4 out of 9
too late or too early
here in the VEC. So still plenty of racing to go, though. Having a look here, Simon Speth and the Sean Clark racing car, trying to hold off from Stavros Moutaitis in the Vallecorsa car for that 8th position, and indeed the final position on the timing tower. You can see there on the left in the LMP2 class, so 18 seconds separate the two of them as they're racing their way down the hill towards Pool. This long left-hander, a double apex essentially, all the way round, and then the Peef path is next. 18 seconds, a little bit too far back to launch an attack really anywhere on this circuit. You really need to be within 3 or 4 tenths in order to be able to start thinking of making a move.
Yeah, but is it really worth for Stavros Moutaitis to make that move? I mean, at this stage in the race, P9, P8, does it really matter?
Yeah,
would it be worth maybe for Moutaitis just to sit there, you know, lift and coast a little bit more, demand less of the engine? I mean, it's not necessarily like he's going anywhere. I mean, Simon Speth, to be fair, is only about a couple of seconds off Luigi Russo for 15th place overall, and of course at that 7th class. But maybe it's more beneficial for Moutaitis just to sit behind in the slipstream, use it, because here at Spa you spend a large portion of it flat out. So of course you're demanding a lot more of the engine, using a lot more fuel. just be worth sitting behind lifting and
2.2025
coasting.
average pace. It came out to be
And it also depends
169
on
laps
where
instead
they
of your
are in terms
166.
of their pit strategy as well. If
Yep.
they're coming
Well, I
in
mean, that's
say,
still
in the next
that's
5
all
laps,
good. We can work.
it may not be worth pushing it and trying to make this move. Of course, they will also have an eye on where that Sean Clark racing car, or so should say when that Sean Clark racing car last came into the pit. So they'll have an idea of how much fuel they roughly have on board, and they might take that into consideration when seeing if they should make a move. And well, there may be a move coming up here actually, maybe towards the combat, just showing the nose a little bit, just showing that car in 8th position that they are there and ready to make a move should they make a mistake. I say that right under the rear wing coming down towards this right-hander.
Yeah, going in, of course, to Ravage, an off-cambered right-hander, and tailing the rear end of some GT3 traffic, getting backed up, going into no-name corner. So Stavros Musadis is going to be looking to go for a move. They both dart to the left of the McLaren. Is Musadis going to spot the gap into Puon? Smartly doesn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna
That was
go eat
probably
now,
the best
so
decision. They have
you're
got a
in charge.
little bit more
Yeah, I'm
GT3
here
traffic
if
to
necessary.
contend with, and this could
Yeah,
open the door for a good move. However, you can see Smith not waiting around at all. He is just taking a gap and committing, finding his way through the GT3 traffic, and it's allowing him to build a little bit of breathing room back to the Valet Corsa machine.
Indeed, that's certainly helpful, using that GT3 traffic as a little bit of a pick to extend that gap and get, as you said, a little bit of breathing room. As the burst car comes in from the pits in the lead of the hypercar class, as well as one of the Go team cars, although that's just came back out of the pits in 4th position. But yes, using that traffic to get a little bit of breathing room is an absolutely vital skill for an endurance driver in a faster class.
Yeah, and it's one that experience can really help a ton with. It's one of those skills that you really only do learn through experience. A little bit further up front, of course, you can see in the LMP2 field, Ferrari Esports recently coming in to the pit lane. They are the team that are probably the most normal on their strategy, the most typical double stint on their fuel and tyres as such, the ones that deviated the least from the Code 80s. You can see Thomas Vack is now the race leader of the LMP2s, but for how much longer, as Dennis Jordan is going to be trying to close that gap as much as possible. Into the pit lane as well, a little bit further up, Michi Hoyer for Burst Esports coming into the pit lane will soon relinquish the lead back, of course, to Nick De Silva and that race clutch machine as well. So a lot is going on. We're right around that hot, that sort of the back end of the next round of pit stops. So we are starting to once again piece together where people realistically should be. But the strategy in this race, thanks to those two awkwardly placed Code 80s, Vida, has really sort of just made things so awkward.
Yeah, and this awkwardness is again something you have to deal with in endurance racing. Having a look here at Thomas Bach in this Hyperion Esports car, 2 seconds I believe is the gap to the car behind. Indeed, you can see that Ferrari car just coming over the crest there at Radion. But yes, the Hyperion Esports car doing a good job just trying to hold on, but I think they are slightly off strategy.
Yeah, I think not running the exact same ideology as Ferrari have, but then again, when do anyone ever do the same strategy as each other throughout the entirety of an endurance race? They've all done their individual bits of practice and preparation and trying to find out what works best for them, because of course there is going to be a theoretical optimized pit strategy, but each team is going to drive a different race. Yeah, they're all here for the 6 hours of Spa, but they're all going to have their own journeys to that point. They're all going to have different circumstances, different incidents, different pace points, different consistencies, different rivals to contend with, so much so that they can't all stick to that theoretical best, and those that can best deviate and still make the most of circumstance are going to be the ones that will make the best out of their race.
That really is one of the core assets of endurance racing, is essentially making the best out of a bad situation when it arises. But of course, the best thing to happen is for that situation not to arise, I should say rather, in the first place. And that is exactly what this Hyperion car is trying to do. VEC 2.4 seconds now ahead of the Ferrari car, so a little bit further ahead, although that gap will change once they both cross the start-finish line. 2.7, so that Hyperion car a bit faster.
Yeah, ever so slightly. And pulling away from Ferraris, of course, as you said, to now 2.5 seconds. You know, not yeah, so it's not the biggest of gaps by any means, and that can very easily come down. But it is a good bit of morale boost, I suppose, for the Hyperion car to know that they are sort of at this stage in the race a little bit quicker than Ferrari in terms of raw pace as it stands. You know, there are different circumstances that can adjust that as such, obviously with tyre deg and things like that. But at face value right now, Thomas VEC is quicker than Dennis Jordan, and that is surely, I mean, not that this would ever happen, but if I was putting in lap times quicker than Dennis Jordan, I wouldn't be complaining.
Yep, I would take that as a bonus. I would certainly agree with you on that point, and especially gaining time on, well, essentially one of the biggest racing teams in the world, with that being the Ferrari car. But yes, Thomas VEC doing a good job as it stands. It looks like there's a battle there happening for 7th position in the GT3s as well, between Blackhawk and Deuces. As I said, for that 7th position, not too much of a gap separating those two.
Yeah, not a million miles between a fair few teams, in fairness. I mean, it's sort of just been spaced out as such. I mean, we haven't got much. I mean, only a few seconds apiece, only 11.5 separating race clutch and burst in the hypercars. And the awkward thing is that they're not necessarily massive gaps as such. It's just that right now we can't really do much with them. No one's close enough to spark a battle. They're all in it for the long term, all settling into this portion where we start preparing for the second half of the race. And yeah, things are going to space out as such, but you know, they're not huge. You know, one spin or a Code 80 mix-up would really spice things up in terms of all of these battles. It's just that right now, no one's got the overall pace to drastically close each and every single one of these gaps. So we are just setting ourselves in for a little bit of a sort of just a cold period before things hopefully start to ramp up a little bit later on.
Yeah, and as it comes towards the final hour of the race or so, that is a time where we always see the strategies and the racing heat up. They've got a pit caller there in 5th position in the GT3 class as well. But Thomas VEC doing a good job indeed. That gap now extended out to 4 seconds. So it definitely appears this Hyperion car is faster at this point in the race.
But now, again, things are always subject to change. As you can see there, Thomas VEC carving his way through some of the GT3 traffic. The Team Iris car just in behind as well, doing the same. 4.1 seconds. That is a drastically large gap to have opened up already. Have we got any close battles at the moment happening on track? We have here between the RKT competition car of Forum Cease fighting away with Adam Kiel in that Porsche just behind this, of course, for the top 10 overall in the GT3 class. So not exactly a bad position to be fighting for.
Yep, right there on the outskirts of the top 10, although that might become 9th and 10th actually, depending on how long the pit stop occurs there. Indeed, you can see that some racing car fall out of the top 8, and you may see this RKT Competition car, that position number, turn to 9 soon. Maybe, slightly perhaps. There we go, and you can see the GT3 car come out there. So this is a battle for 9th and 10th now. And this in this RKT competition car needing to defend, and oh, that's a big defense actually. Didn't appear to actually have that good a run out of Eau Rouge, and they're side by side coming out towards Les Combes, and that's a big gap suddenly, isn't it?
Fairly. Yeah, that is. Yeah, to be fair, I mean they've just pulled out quite a substantial amount. And any reason why potentially?
It could have just been a mistake.
Easily
to be
done.
honest, but that was a big speed difference though.
Yeah, fairly substantially. And Yeah, well, whatever the reason was, maybe a small mistake or a lift-off or whatever. Who knows? Only they will. Into the pit lane comes Netrex GP from third place in the LMP2 class. That's Danny Van Den Eek working his way down pit lane, and that is what we mean when we talk about sort of staggered pit stops as such. We had Ferrari come in about 10 minutes ago. We had people coming in before that, and now we've got Netrex only now coming in. With 38 minutes still left on the hour. So it really is staggered, especially in the LMP2 class. And it'll be interesting to see how this funnels its way down as we approach the final moments in the race.
But that should be fine, because if we presume it's 45 minutes on a tank for these LMP2s, that means they're going to be, minus 8 minutes towards the end of the race. So that means their final stop can be a little bit shorter.
Again, very true. It all depends, obviously, on where they emerge after the pit stop as such, because there's only so much that you can gain from having less fuel at that final stop, and you have to be careful that you don't spend so much time being off sequence saving fuel just to only gain maybe 5 seconds back at the end. Of course, thanks to a short stop, no one's going to complain about 5 seconds gained as such. But if you're 20 seconds off the lead because you've done that, then of course that is firmly suboptimal, as one Lewis McGlade would say. So yeah, it's all about obviously tracking your progress, being as consistent as you can for the longest amount of time. Have just spotted a fairly close battle again still between the Valle Corsa car and of course the 34 machine of Sean Clark Racing in the form of Simon Speth. It seems that Speth, while he did keep Mercedes behind for a fair while, there's only so much that he can do, and now that Valle Corsa car is running its course and running a little bit further in front, trying to maybe get after the Go Team cars.
We'll need a little bit of time to get there once, well, if you say if that move is made, because look at that, 8 seconds pretty much the gap there. But Simon Speth and Simon Clark Racing car trying to essentially retake that position from the Valle Corsa car, but Valle Corsa perhaps has a little bit more speed at the moment, because you see that gap is already 1.6 seconds, and the Valle Corsa car of course did pass the Simon Clark Racing car, so perhaps just a little bit faster. And of course it could be many reasons, different fuel loads, different tyre ages as well, particularly for that Valle Corsa car. Changed tyres last time round, whereas the Simon Clark car didn't. Sean Clark car didn't.
Yeah, and there are so many different reasons for pace differentials at different points in the race, as you say, obviously with tyres and fuel loads and things, and targets for the race at different points, and of course, also different drivers in the car. We'll have probably 2, maybe 3 driver teams. I know RaceFactor, of course, got Jake Dennehan and Nick Silva and Tom Lartalou fielding their #1 machine at the front, but obviously it's easy to tackle a 6-hour race with 2 drivers just doing maybe 2 hours apiece, or whatever it might work out being for the respective stints. Obviously not 2 hours apiece because that's only 4 hours, but 2 hours swap, 2 hours stop, as such, or just 3 hours and then 3 hours. While that is fairly extreme, it can be done. We saw with Michi Hoare and Damien Skovron fielding the best esports car as a two-man car back for the 6,000 Monza a few months ago for round #1. So it can be done, but 3 is easier. The problem is, though, is of course the more drivers you have driving the car, the more people you have to cater to and potentially compromise on when it comes to the setup.
Yeah, exactly. For example, when I did racing, I preferred a very much understeery car, which is not what everyone likes. I very much prefer the understeer compared to the oversteer, but as you said, if there was the more people you have, the more diverging the various driving styles are. So ideally you want to find someone who does have the same driving style as you, but that's not always a given, and it's not always easy either. But yeah, this is something that these teams always need to keep an eye on, keep in mind of when they're setting up their various setups and doing their testing for the weeks before a race.
Yeah, preparation is key, communication as well, and it is why the bigger teams do so well at that. I mean, there's a reason, there is a recipe for success, and of course the likes of Race Clutch, Ferrari Esports, they are the best chefs. They know how to cook as such, and do that really well, and it's all about not only the drivers themselves, but the race engineers and the team managers behind the scenes doing their best. And you do have to shout out to them, because you don't always see their name on the screen as such. They're not the ones that are physically on the track driving the car, but they still do have a massive impact as to what goes on. The people in their rears, communicating to the drivers, telling them what to do, how to maybe adjust their driving or different targets and things like that. And that is something, as I say, that the big teams do really well. Take rFactor, for example. I know, of course, the whole team, sort of as a whole, Jürgen van Bergen, the team manager, knows how to manage that team really well. He also is just a very nice guy, and he, the whole team get on well, or at least from what we can see. And
from the outside.
From the outside. But he has just messaged me with sending some love, so I think I'm on the right track. But yeah, he's just a lovely guy. They all get on well, they all have the banter, they all communicate really well, and they are all so incredibly quick. I mean, they've got Colin Sport, Tom Lartu, Nick De Silva, Jake Denahan. They are 4 incredibly promising talents now, let alone the potential that they've got to improve over the years to come. And that is, I think, why the teams like rFactor do succeed so well, is thanks to the fact that they glue together so well, and that's such an important thing of endurance racing, is that teamwork.
Yeah, and getting that teamwork is, as you said, vital, and also getting the same idea when it comes to, for example, methods of passing traffic or getting lapped by traffic, or methods of tire saving, methods of fuel saving as well. All of these are very important when it comes to actually having this team cohesion.
And yet it is something that holds such a big weight. We are talking now, of course, about some GT3 pit stops that are coming in. You can see the likes. I think Visceral only just come in. Miguel Cardoso. We had Wojciech Polesny, Nico Barkley, and Ian Veltens all into the pit lane. At the moment, there you can see the Scuderia Leone Ferrari in the pit lane, waiting, of course, to get dropped down off the jacks and then go again for another stint. But yeah, either very far into the hour or very far off the hour. I think, of course, thanks to the Code 80s, they are about 30 minutes off sequence, and this is going to jagger things out a little bit for them. But
Dennis, how many laps?
They aren't alone. There are multiple teams that are all slightly diverging in terms of the strategy, but of course right now you can see Miguel Cardoso with a firm lead, about 90 seconds clear of Wojciech Polesny in second for Thomas Eng. But I think we are still owed a pit stop from Visceral, if I am correct. So maybe they'll have to come in at some point, or they're just driving really well. Either or, one or the other. But that's the problem with staggered strategies, Vida. It makes our life so complicated because we don't really ever know who's where and who's doing what, who is actually leading the race.
Yeah, you only find out until essentially the last 30 minutes or so of the race, when that may happen. Perhaps it will, perhaps it won't, and essentially when these teams make their final pit stop. But another interesting thing is that when they do need to make their final pit stop, will they decide to essentially stretch that fuel tank as far as possible and pit with, for example, 20 minutes to go? Or will they essentially make their penultimate stint shorter and then fill it up so they've got a full tank towards the end? This is again something else that all these teams need to think about, and it depends on should there be any further Code 80s. Having a look at this Visceral Esports car coming round Les Comtes, the number 58 car, a healthy lead there though, 69 seconds or so back to second.
Yeah, and well, not a very distant battle. Similar to this one, a little bit further up, we got Michi Hoyer battling away with Rick Van Eyck, the fight for second in the hypercar class. Of course, Hoyer getting things a little bit wrong, and that's one of the Go Team LMP2s trying to find their way past. And then, of course, you've got the Winchit Racing machine, Rick Van Eyck trying to close him down. And well, Michi Hoyer going to have to be having his wits about him if he wants to retain that second place, which seems that the hypercar battle is turning itself into at this point in time. It seems that it is only a race for second.
as it stands, but of course anything can happen in endurance racing, and it normally does. Michihaya here, as you said, trying to defend that second position in the Burst Esports Next View car, as they're coming around through the pit path and towards the end of the circuit, about to break the Sector 3 timing line, and trying to defend. But of course, coming down towards Blanchimont, this is slightly easier to defend because you've got a few kinks on the way down towards the chicane, but you've also got the danger of that massive braking zone at the end.
Yeah, have to be very, very mindful, especially when there's traffic as such to contend with. It is a very heavy braking zone going into the bus stop. Let's see if Rick Van Earl is going to be a lot braver than Hoyer going into the chicane, and there's contact.
Yep.
Between Mitchie Hoyer and one of the LMP2s, that is going to allow Rick Van Earl to now have a look side by side as they emerge from the bus stop chicane. But it was an absolute send from the Burst Esport Next View machine. They are going to run side by side on this run towards La Source. The fight for second rages on. The Winchit racing car to the outside, squirming under brakes as Mitchie Hoyer as he pushes Van Earl to the extremities of the circuit. It's a drag race as they both try and go to the left-hand side of that poor BMW, pushed nearly to the grass as Mitchie Hoyer very aggressively keeps that second place, albeit with a move that race control is certainly going to be looking at.
Yeah, that was, as you had said, that was a very, very aggressive move by Hoyer coming down the straight, and indeed with essentially turning that LMP2 in the chicane. So Hoyer doing as much as possible in order to keep a hold in that second place. The question is, was that too much?
I will quickly restart my computer. Be right back.
Well, in his fight with Van Earl, it was aggressive. Was it over the limit? Arguably, maybe. I would say it's there. It's on the limit. But initially, the catalyst that started it, of course, tagging that poor LMP2. You have to put the blame solely on Hoyer at that point. I mean, it was a little bit of a half-hearted move. I mean, he was a little bit far back, but the difference in braking performance between the hypercars and LMP2s, I mean, there is a noticeable difference, but not enough that you can send it from 3 car lengths back and just about manage to make it stick. I think Hoyer should have backed out of that sooner and would probably, I can imagine, be getting a slap on the wrist for that particular incursion. And it is a shame, because it might well bring an end to this magnificent battle a little bit sooner than we'd expect. But Van Earl, you would have to imagine, is going to be fighting with a vengeance to get back onto the back of Mitchie Hoyer.
Indeed, very leery around Blanchimont there for Van Earl. But breaking down towards the chicane, not going side by side this time round, but cooped up right underneath the rear wing is that number 8 car. As they're coming down towards the source, Van Earl moving across to the racing line as soon as possible, and before braking for the source, you've got that dip right there on the apex. You can see Hoyer there, slightly squirrely on throttle application coming out of the corner.
Yeah, probably driving quite aggressively. I mean, maybe frustrated that he's made a mistake, or frustrated that the driving is aggressive, using a little bit of slipstream from that LMP2, but this run up the Kemmel straight towards Les Combes is going to force Hoyer to go defensive all the way to the right. Rick Van Earl brings it to the left. It's going to be the outside of Les Combes. He's brave on the brakes. He has got his nose ahead. Mitchie Hoyer tries to fight it, bit of contact as he squirms his way, keeping the car under control. But a brilliant move, it must be said, by Rick Van Earl. It was bold, it was brave, most certainly brilliant. Hoyer is going to have to settle for third after all of that. Winchik with some great pace.
Yes, some fantastic pace. I'm not sure if that was Hoyer. I'm not sure if it was contact, I should say, rather. Just Hoyer getting a little bit too much in the curbs on the inside of the first right-hander there. But a great move there by Van Earl in that number 8 car. And it looks like that second position now belongs to that Winchit car.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be waiting around for a round 2, as Voice Persney sets the fastest lap time for GT3s at the moment. It's at third in the running, or second, I should say, in the running behind Miguel Cardoso. That is me confusing Bertnops. Is colour on the timing tower for GT3. Most family is not. I am just colourblind. Voice Persney, though, running second for Thomas Eng, and setting a fairly decent lap time in that regard. 2:15, a low 2:15, I believe. Yeah, high 2:15, 2:15.8 is the pace being set. But there you can see Mitchie Hoyer immediately on a counter-attack. Actually, we might well see this battle rage on for a little bit longer. Rick Van Earl was nearly under pressure there, thanks to maybe a little bit of traffic to contend with. Oh, that was definitely a look from Michi Hoyer, but he's learnt from his mistakes and has this time decided to back out.
Indeed, sometimes that is what is needed in endurance racing, because you do not want to destroy your car and essentially lose a lot more time as a result of having to stay stationary in the pits and fix that damage. It looks like there's a battle happening for that final podium position in the GT3 class, though. There's only about a tenth of a second between Alexei Kutzak at the moment, that Blackhawk car, and the one Akko car behind.
Yeah, not much separating these guys whatsoever, and well, of course, for a very brilliant position in the form of a podium, of course, there are sort of different milestones you attain to for the races. Finishing them is one thing, and then you sort of aim for a top 10, top 5, top 3 then is the next one. Then, of course, everyone wants to win. But, you know, in terms of milestones, a podium definitely isn't a bad one. And that's going to be one that Nico Barkley and Wanako are going to aspire to potentially get in the near future. They get lapped, of course, by one of the prototypes, but the same fate will have to befall Kutzak, but probably in a betterly timed position. There you can also see then the race leaders of Race Clutch fighting their way past as well through both into Blanchimont, maybe setting the Aston Martin a little bit wide. A flash the headlights as well from Nico Barkley, maybe a warning to Kutzak as to sort of see what's about to come. But the Aston Martin, I would say, is probably going to be having to look in his rearview mirror rather soon.
And that's always a little bit more interesting when you need to use that rear view mirror to have a look, because that means, of course, you're not focusing on the road ahead of you, which makes it a little bit more difficult to hit all the apeces that you want. But yes, Nico Barkley here, half a second back, doing a good job applying pressure on Kutzak in that Blackhawk car, accelerating up the hill over Eau Rouge, over Radion, and then along the Kemmel Straight. But half a second back is a little bit too far in order to be able to gain all of the slipstream.
Yeah, there is sort of that optimal point, that bite. And exponentially get quicker and quicker. The closer you get, the better it works. And then you just slingshot your way past. Oh my goodness me. Thought that was a huge snap of oversteer from Nico Barkley for a moment. But yeah, not quite in that optimal slipstream range there. Still feeling it, still gaining from it. But yeah, maybe just needs a little bit more to then rapidly close that gap and potentially find themselves on to the podium. Finally into the pit lane, by the way, Miguel Cardoso and Visceral Esports a little bit closer to the hour will relinquish the lead to the Thomas Eng sim racing car of Wojciech Polesny. But where will they emerge, and how will they emerge after the entire pit stop window phase? Of course, it's going to be a lot longer for Miguel Cardoso than a minute in pit lane. It'll probably just take you a minute just to drive through it, let alone with your stop as such. So they will relinquish the lead, but well, how's that going to play out in the long term? Again, still mightily off sequence for these guys. I mean, 20 minutes off the hour is a fairly sizable time, so they're either going to have to maybe take an extra stop or recompensate a little bit later on, or hope that there's a code 80 a little bit later on that can put them back on it.
And that code 80, if it does come, it will certainly be very helpful to a lot of these cars, because we know that some of them are maybe about 5 or 7 minutes short to make it to the end of the race. So if there is a further code 80, that will certainly help them towards their goal of making it to the end of the race without having to do a splash and dash. Wojciech Polesny here in that Thomas Eng car, 55 seconds away from the lead of the GT3 class, which is that Visceral Esports car, or I should say that was the case when they crossed the start-finish line, but the Visceral Esports car just came out of the pits, which gives Thomas Enge, the sim racing, the lead of the race in the GT3 class.
Let's see how they can run with it. Of course, the championship leaders in GT3 looking fairly decent over the two Blackhawk cars. It's the 91, then the 81. But both of them only separated by 9 points in the championship. 204 for Thomas Eng. Then we go back 12 to Blackhawk, further 9 to the other one. Satellite Racing, Scuderia Leone round off the top 5. Of course, we are only 3 rounds completed in this championship, and there is still a very long way to go. We started at Monza, we've done Red Atlanta, we've done Bahrain, we're here at Spa, and a few weeks on the 13th of January we'll go to Daytona, and then to Red America, Sebring, Imola, and then of course the 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship Le Mans. So we are sort of closing in towards the end of the first half of the season, but there is still a tremendous amount of time left to go. So while the championships do look close for now, well, we'll see who's going to be the most consistent of the bunch and see how close it is for the rest of the season to come.
Of course, after this race, there are 5 more to go, and it's going to be a very, very exciting season here, season 16 of the VEC, and we just don't yet know what the story that will be told will be. But we're about halfway through, and Voice of Lesnar here in that Thomas Angus sim racing car, trying to write their name into the winners column of the GT3 class here at the 6 Hours of Spa, coming through the chicane, and there's a little bit of a drift there.
Yeah, people driving on the limits, let's put it that way. Some people stepping above it, but of course it is a long race ahead. There will be some blips in the consistency. And hopefully none as that. Oh, that's good positioning. The race leader of the GT3 matches up quite nicely with the next closest battle on track in the form of Snep Vangers for Netrex, and then of course of Charlie Rigo in that on-off racing machine just behind. We have got an overlap of all 3 classes heading up the hill here at Eau Rouge and Radeon. You can see Thomas and Sim Racing car has 2 very eager LMP2s go either side of it. Then comes the best esport machine, and Michi Hoyer is, oh my goodness me, Charlie Rigo bouncing his way across the grass in the camel straight, completely
Sector 1 at the end
off,
of it.
backwards into the barrier. What on earth has that happened?
Should I join?
Hopefully we'll get a replay of that, but
I think you can
yeah,
start
onto
joining
the
here.
grass. We've seen a few cars onto the grass
7-1
throughout
laps.
the day actually, but none that have lost control like that. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened there.
Well, yeah, a strange one. Just seems like he just magnetised towards the grass. As such, maybe there was a bit of an invitation, maybe shocked of Hoyer coming through. Maybe I don't know. We'll have to, of course, take another look at it and see. But yeah, I don't know. That it just seems like he just went onto the grass. I know that seems fairly obvious because that is what happened. But why exactly? I'm just going to look back on it, of course, on the live feed. So they seem fine running through Eau Rouge and Radeon. They go either side of the Thomas N. Sim Racing car. Charlie Rigo, of course, opts to go to the left. Hoyer finds his way past, and I think Rigo is trying to give Hoyer as much space as possible, and in doing so, just puts half a wheel onto the grass, and then he's just trapped there as such, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes just because of the different grip coefficients as well, this can happen. Here we go. Here's the replay. You can see what you're talking about. But yeah, essentially using as much, and then went off into the Armco actually there on driver's left coming up the Camel Straight, and then there was the spin. So yeah, trying to be helpful, trying to give, as you said, Hoyer as much as possible, and that backfired.
Yeah, of course there wasn't a lot of space to work with, even though the Camel Straight is fairly wide, but unfortunately it has brought an end to that particular battle, and Snep Vangers has got a fairly comfortable second place as it stands. Of course that LMP2 is still vastly wide and vastly, I think was what I was going for, and just created a brand new word because we can do that now apparently. But yeah, a vast it is still vastly wide open. There we go, I'll speak English. And strategy still seems to be all over the place. As I say, Ferrari Esports do appear to be on the typical orthodox strategy, and are right now still waiting for a pit stop, whereas a few of the other teams in LMP2 are still awaiting a pit stop. As we do approach the halfway point of the race, we've really bedded ourselves in at this point, and well, I think we're starting to see the effects of said attrition.
Yeah, some of these drivers, I'm not exactly sure, some drivers might be in from the start of the race, and of course almost 3 hours in a single stint is a long time to keep the level of concentration that is needed here in Division 1 of the VEC. So perhaps starting to lose a little bit of that concentration, especially with differing light levels as well, because you can see the headlights are almost definitely needed at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is fairly overcast, and as we, I think, did I see a floodlight on? I did, yeah, there is one on as well. As we move our way through, of course, the day in, you know, obviously in real life, and then, of course, at Spa as well. So it will start to dim probably in the next couple of hours or so. We may be requiring a little bit of instinct driving, maybe in towards sort of that dusk period, but as you can see, the lights are there and they are doing something. Custom shadows, of course, on either side of them, so they are working and they are needed. As Thomas Frack fighting away with the on-off racing machine, of course, of Charlie Rigo, who has, in fairness to him, brushed off that mistake really well. It just seems that he spun, said, all right, and then got back to it again. He's fighting for fourth.
Yeah, and that's also a very important part of endurance racing, is being able to have that bounce back ability. Should you run into an incident, and as you can see, in battling almost immediately for fourth, it doesn't appear there was any damage to that car after that off. It did hit the arm cone both sides of the circuit, but quite gently both times, I must say. So perhaps not much damage on that car.
5 laps to go.
Thankfully, because it could have been a lot worse than just some light taps to the barrier. I think he got away lucky, and a bit of a wake-up call, maybe drowsing off a little bit, maybe tired after a bit of a stint in the car, and boom, yeah, wake up, because one lapse in concentration will potentially see your race end. He was given a second lifeline, or, well, a lifeline, a second chance, I suppose, and has now been able to continue fairly scot-free. I mean, losing a good sort of 15 seconds as to where they were compared to before the spin, but you know, that's 15 seconds of lost track time as opposed to potentially, you know, 5, 10, 15 minutes of repair time in the pit lane. So you have, of course, I think to weigh up the lesser of the two evils, and Charlie Rigo and on-off are going to be very grateful that they are still in this race. They have got company, though. They're sandwiched in between the Hyperion car of Thomas Frack and then, of course, the Go Team machine of Luigi Russo just behind. So a real fight for fourth. Can't complain.
You certainly can't complain when we have some fantastic racing like we have here. Essentially 3 in a row for this fourth position in the LMP2 class, with Hyperion heading this little train. Thomas Bach still doing a good job holding off those 2 cars behind, but we'll need to eventually start looking in those rear view mirrors a little bit more, as there's a yellow in sector 2. For whom, I wonder that is for?
Good question. It appears to have obviously dissipated, so probably just a lone spinner.
A quick spin, yeah.
And then back going again. So no major dramas, thankfully. Easily sorted and back to normal racing speed. Hopefully, of course, for the afflicted team and driver. But with 3 hours, 10 minutes left to go, there is still plenty to play for in the Virtual Endurance Championship 6 Hours of Spa. It is always a great track to go to in terms of the racing that we do always get here at the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. I mean, it is a legendary race circuit, albeit slightly overused in sim racing.
So back here is look how much closer that on-off car is of Rio now as they're coming through the peak path, and I imagine there might be an attempt coming in towards chicane.
We might well see in the near future that Rigo would
Alex,
like
are you
to
on
go
the server?
for that move,
Yes,
but
I
of course he has got to be careful.
Perfect.
Maybe there is a little bit of damage sustained, none that we can see from his move
So we're
into the
sticking
into the barrier a couple of laps ago, but seems to be
22s
driving
for
just
you for
fine.
now.
There you can see also that Luigi Russo would be liking to go for a move as well, but they have got one of the hypercars fighting their way past and going into the bus
Somewhat
chicane. You can
close.
see
Hyperion
Rigo allows them
was
through.
from
There
their
is
side,
wide.
so-
That's the Valle Corsa car.
Yeah,
They
Of
most likely
course,
will
a
be
lap
again
down
because
relative
it's
to these guys,
only
but
Yeah.
well, that's mildly unfortunate for them. Just
75
probably a little bit
seconds
too
at the
deep
moment,
going into the bus
the
stop.
gap, so they will be in front again.
I imagine so, exactly. And that's broken up this battle ever so slightly for now, but it does mean the on-off cars, the Go Team racing car is almost directly on the rear wing of the on-off car.
Yeah, very, very close. That is
Come on.
Copy.
I will undeafen Dennis right now because we are constantly communicating.
Last lap.
Copy, copy. I'm ready.
I assume those behind. Yeah, Imbolg is already in, so I don't need to push to get out there. Okay.
No.
All good.
What was that GT doing, man?
I don't know. New tires, full tank, Alexi.
Good job.
Brake bias is one click more to the front.
Okay. So Thomas Schwach is 119 behind.
Yeah, he will be behind you like close to 10 seconds. He's end of second stint tires now. So maybe he's even quicker first couple of laps, but you know, he's no.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Ah, no, never mind. He's we are doing full stop, right? So it's, you're behind.
Okay, copy. Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
so he's
no
clear.
idea. Maybe like 30 seconds or something? Or how much?
Yeah, we will see.
In seconds?
Have fun.
Thanks.
I will be back in a few minutes.
Also, you guys don't have to silence me. I'm not too sensitive when it comes to talking.
Alrighty then.
Common tires. What about Thunderneat behind? He's only 4 seconds behind. End of first stint, or what does he do?
car spawn at P1.
Yeah,
Be careful.
already
Okay.
passed.
Good, good, good.
I am back.
bro. So the gap to Wach is what they have to do one more tire swap than us, or what's the situation?
I am looking.
Copy, copy. Ah, Wach is already in the pits now.
Yeah, so I think it's just those laps that they went longer now. This is what their last stop is shorter. But I'm not sure about if that is then a triple or whatever for them. I'm
Yeah, okay. So they are a stop minus 30 seconds in front, behind.
I think so.
Copy. Oh, I think there's a wheel again, exit Eau Rouge.
I see it on the stream too, but it looks like that's maybe just one of those that always is there.
Copy. I think it's a real one.
Oh.
Missing.
Boy, I mean, he's doing just fine there.
Yeah, just about. It's hard to write the.
Guess he's watching our stream.
Greetings to Jimmy then. Okay, big crash. Eau Rouge. If code 80 comes, what to do?
I am calculating. You would pit for fuel only.
Copy. Some GT without rear wing. Yeah. And I get all these GTs in bad places.
Five lap average is a second faster than the rest, so it can't be too bad.
Fuel check. Online. Uh, 20 flat.
4 flat.
Ah, yeah. I guess Team Iris still has to do a triple on the tires. Or switch one more.
Well, truth is, we don't have to know even. Not
Copy.
our race.
What is the pit delta without tire swap? Because Wach is 81 seconds behind.
70 seconds, Alex.
Copy.
Nice stint.
Thanks. Oh. How are the ACC guys looking?
How are the what looking?
The ACC guys. The 12 hours.
Not as nice as us. They got a 5-second penalty early.
Oh,
They had some trouble, then they got a drive-through, so they're 10th.
okay. What series is it?
It's
Is it
just
a-
an LFM one-off event.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, so Anthony, you can even look at our stream now at the remaining time. So 22 lap stints are 46 minutes.
Yes.
So 3 times that would be 2 hours 15 to go now, but it's less, so it's all good. Can trust me.
So it's 22 or 21.
Yeah,
Or
just
20.
let's keep just doing 22. We don't need 22 to the end.
Yeah, I see.
Have fun, Alex.
Thanks. Man, why is he that slow?
What the fuck happened to Nick De Silva? What the fuck?
Alex, are you okay in all of this?
Just keep out.
Yeah, this guy.
Need to
I don't. I guess I was a
Stay
little bit
out.
cautious, but yeah, never mind. Stay out?
Yeah,
Alex, are you okay?
Yes, stay
Listen.
out.
Yes, I hear you 2 times though. I think you are in TeamSpeak unmuted or anything something. I'm
Yes.
fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I was shocked when I saw this.
What happened there?
So shocked that you unmute yourself. Nice one.
Were you in
Yeah,
home?
yeah.
I didn't even see that, to be honest. I saw like that Nick De Silva was in
Well,
dance.
where on track is it actually?
It's in the straight after.
Yeah,
tunnel.
then I mean,
After
if
radio.
you feel like it, you can just take the fuel. Like it's going to be long.
Long.
I mean, there's not much gain, right? Like you gain the lap of fuel.
Yeah,
like if
again.
you want to take it.
Why
But
not?
that's all.
Why not 1 lap so you can do nice push in the end?
Oh, okay,
I
that's
mean,
good.
are we not already doing it? I mean,
No. Just take fuel if you are there. So
Ah, all good.
all is good. All is good.
Alles gut. No.
Unlucky for us.
remember, only fuel.
Yeah.
What do you mean unlucky for us?
And the cars behind there towards the end of the stint. And
Yeah,
they
we just pitted the lap before.
Yeah. I mean, what can you do?
So now cause a crash just as we're about to pit.
So inconsiderate of them to have a race-ending crash a lap after we need it.
They are out. Race clutch is out.
No. They are still trundling
will be
along.
parked in
slowly.
the pits for a couple of minutes though.
Poor guys.
And
So
stay on
how are we
limiter.
looking in terms
Yep.
of Hyperion and others?
And we're
Well, yeah. So now, when like this all is finished, like the gaps should be the rear gaps.
Okay.
Like after the end of the, because they can also do their stop now. Then yeah, you have
Ah,
the
yeah,
rear
okay.
gaps when it's green again.
Also
I mean, we
tires?
can-
I don't know.
Well, I mean, maybe not, but it's, it's like 3 stints from here, and anyway, like that. What
Yeah.
can be different? It's.
Oh no, I'm right behind the slow Porsche again.
Cars know when
No.
when it's green again or when the countdown starts.
Sorry,
Yeah,
what?
you can shift up to second or third.
How's Burst looking? Can they take advantage of it or not?
They
of
will
course.
be gifted P2.
Okay, P2.
Oh my god.
Who's P1? Is it
Oh my-
is it
Wing
windshield?
Chip.
On Airle, but I don't know what like strategy is there. Like
Oh my God, that crash is terrible.
Is the driver okay?
I mean,
There was not only one driver.
in real life, death, like literally.
Oh no. I hope no direct drive involved.
It was so many drivers, there must have been at least one.
What the hell?
Oh, they haven't even made it to the pits yet. Oh no, they've already what? They stayed out or did they already pit? I don't know. Interesting.
Who, Thomas didn't pit?
No, the Silva.
Yeah, Thomas
Ah,
did pit.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
he did.
Everything is cold as ice, man. This is crazy.
So Alex, this will be like 61 to go from here. So it's even less to do the 22, but just keep doing what you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, 20.3 seconds is the gap now. instead of just lifting. Man, this car in front has hard front tires and medium rears. Nice. $39.53.
$3.99, Alex.
Copy.
Watch out for potential debris in Puan.
Yeah, already passed.
You'll check online.
Copy. $27.96.
Okay, all good. I just wasn't sure if I was overthinking it.
Anthony, you need to be cool, calm, and collected at all times.
Yeah, but there's not much going on, knock on wood. So I'm spending too much time in my thoughts.
spooky stuff.
What happens?
The car in front just disappeared, only the lights stayed.
I assume 7 more laps?
6.
6.
6, okay.
Four more laps. laps. Okay, box this lap.
Good job.
Nice, Alex. Well done.
Thanks. So medium.
Good job, Alex Siebel.
Thank you, Anthony.
How are you feeling?
Quite okay. Not too happy with my stint, but felt like, yeah, traffic was a bit unfortunate, except of the last maybe 6 laps or so. But it doesn't matter.
Yep, we're in control of the race. Don't stress it.
Yeah, also, Hyperion did change tires now?
Yes, they are doing the same as
Okay.
us, and then the
Andre as
Andre
well.
he changed last stint, so he's
Okay.
doing those as triple now.
Okay.
So that's why he's now ahead of them.
Ah, I see. 3 seconds, yeah. Okay, 8 seconds left.
Hey, good luck, Dennis.
Enjoy.
Went off, rejoined into the GT3 train who were coming through to start their race, and unfortunately collected a few drivers, including Yua Makiyupi for the BS Plus Zoom entry as well, who unfortunately it blew up the engine because of the crash, so they couldn't continue. And yeah, obviously Tobias straight away apologising to everyone, but certainly. That started the race, then Jelle Binsbergen got in, then he spun as well, and it just, Ewan, wasn't quite the race that they would have wanted.
I'll be
No,
right
and
back.
I noticed for BS Plus Zoom competition, that's the second race in a row where the race has been ended on lap 1. If you remember Yunus Rabio at Bahrain, that was the end of their race on lap 1 then as well. I'm sure you mentioned that at the time, but it's not been a good season for them at all, apart from a great day at Road Atlanta, of course. Where they started really well. They didn't even finish off very well there either. They've still not been on the podium. For a team of that quality to have not managed that, and considering the pace they've had as well, they must be really annoyed with how this season has gone. And maybe we'll come back for Daytona, hopefully with a better result.
Yes, speak to Yunus every now and again, and I know he's definitely not overly happy, of course, with how the season started, but that's racing, unfortunately, and I don't know why it happens, but sometimes there's just certain cars that always seem to end up getting stuck. And if you watch the onboard, managed to see the onboard a year, and there literally was nothing else that he could do. And it's the same with, I think it was Yunus who was driving when someone spun ahead of them again at Road Atlanta. Same thing, come for a corner and there's just a car spun in front of you, and there's literally nothing you can do unless you obviously could see through corners, which is a little bit difficult to do so. So definitely a very tricky season for them, and it's just weird how it happens to sort of one car. It never seems to get spread around evenly.
No, sometimes you do feel like you're very much being attacked by whoever it is, and it can feel not so good, really. So we go back to this battle for 8th place in GT3. Ruben Carrera Alves is driving for Scuderia Leon at the moment, just ahead of Simon Lewis for Blogiel Esports. That's the fight for 8th. I think this is the first time Blogiel Esports have been in Division 1 this season. Obviously had a few promotions and demotions so far now. Got a few 200s on the track, which is always how you can tell whether they're from Division 2 or whether they started the season at least in Division 1. That's how you can tell using the 200, and Blogiel Esports are one of those at the moment, trying to find their way through into 8th place, and at the moment they've not been able to manage it. Not really even been able to get close either, really. Well, we've been talking about those last few races for BS Zoom competition. Over the top of the hill they go, and unfortunately that's way too big of a gap as well, as the two prototypes sort of extend the gap between them almost.
Yeah, they the prototypes often split up these battles, which is not the ideal situation sometimes, but we have seen some great battles in the GT3s so far, and this one is continuing with Naui and Demung now, who lost that place to Diogo Silva and then has since lost about 6 or so seconds, is now under big attack from Blackhawk. The number 81 machine is getting very close here, out onto the back straight. And yeah, Roy definitely doesn't have the speed at this point in the race. He's just been going backwards every time we've been on board with him. And let's see if this is another place to be lost as we come up towards Blanchimont.
Well, they're going to have to let that hypercar go through, but Jamunic makes sure he pulls back to the racing line in time not to let Naui get down the inside of him there. It's going to be a better run-off for Blanchimont surely now, and he'll be on the outside. It's going to have to be late braking, and he does manage to squeeze himself around the outside there. We'll give him the inside the second part, but no. Jamunic was stern in his defence, put the Porsche exactly where it needed to be, and no, he still can't find his way past.
Certainly can't. In towards turn one. Here's another opportunity. Roy's going to go tight though. That's going to hinder his exit quite a lot. And Camille knows that. He goes wide and gets the up and under, and he's going to have that position surely as we come down the straight. Or what is the top speed of the Porsche like? Side by side in towards Eau Rouge. This is tight stuff between the two. One of them is going to have to back out of it, and it is the Black Hawk car. Now he decides, oh no, huge chunk of the curb there for Dimuk. He saves the slide, but Camille should have the run up the back straight.
He should be able to go through now. Big long back straight now, and he'll be through. Big overspeed for Black Hawk Racing as well, and so through goes Kamil Naoui into second place. Dimuk there did very well to defend, to be fair. He was good on the brakes into the bus stop chicane, put the car exactly where it needed to be, but unfortunately I think it started to unravel at the source, didn't it really? He broke a bit too late trying to do exactly the same thing, and he was sent wide. When you've got Naoui alongside and straight down the inside of you so soon off the corner, then you know you're in trouble really, and eventually he was.
And that just is showing the way that this stint has gone for them, but still third place though. That is a very strong result for Wanako, who are a little bit further down in the championship than they would have wanted, in 6th place so far this season after the first 3 races. So this is looking a little bit better. They did have some great pace. I think it was last race, but unfortunately had a few issues there. So definitely continuing on, being up towards the front. There's no harm in being about 10 seconds off the lead, but we do know that that Thomas Enger's sim racing, well, they did have a big lead, but I think that might have just been because of the offset, because Thomas Enger, they're actually, well, they're not too far behind now, getting on the back of Roy either.
Michal Sedlacek going quickly at this stage in the race, and no, he's not too far in front, neither is Dimuk now, so there could be a couple of passes coming here soon in GT3. Reckon there's going to be one in Hypercar soon as well, because Jake Dennehan is closing in on the virtual drives by TX3 car of Rasmus Andreasen at the moment. That's for 7th place, but that might be all that Race Clutch can get from today now.
Yeah, 68 seconds ahead of Rasmus, up towards Alex Beji for the number 2 Simframe, and it looks like well, then obviously ahead of him is another 75, and then there's another lap. So yeah, it looks like Race Clutch realistically not going to be doing too much more this race, and that is going to be a fair amounts of points being lost, which is not ideal for them in their championship hopes. Of course, we know they're fast, and they'll probably be able to overcome that deficit. Yeah, let's see how this one works out in the championship standings. I think they're going to be losing about 17 points to Go Team compared to how it, and obviously we'll have to see how it finishes. But obviously Go Team leading the way right now.
1 and 2 indeed. This is where they were very close to getting their first ever VEC win back in season 13, when that race all kicked off because Yuri Toman disconnected. Then it was there was about 8 cars fighting for second at the time. Then all of a sudden it became the fight for the win, and about 4 of them were leading at some point in the final hour. I think they got a drive-through penalty though on one of the last laps while they were second, and so never really got the result to show for it. That's what I think I remember from that race. Burst Edge were involved, so maybe you remember it better than me. But
yeah, I've just found the result on the website. Yeah, so Burst Edge of Simoncic and Jordan won the race, but only by 5 seconds to Waveframe, and then Argira third, 22 seconds off. But then in 4th place was the Burst Esports Simplexity of Hoyer and Rochek, and they were actually leading the way, but Hoyer got a cut track penalty.
Yes.
But which took their lead away, and then Go Team we thought were going to win, and then they got one as well. And if I remember rightly, that potentially would have also been one of Go Team's first podiums at the time as well. So that was a very hectic race in those final few moments, and yeah, definitely that was one to remember in that season.
I think I referenced it every single Spa VC race since, so it certainly is one to remember, because even I do. I think Go Team had a couple of podiums by then, but it wasn't a regular occurrence like it was last season. You know, they got into a place of real regular podiums last season, of course, on their way to an LMP2 title. Michael Leroux was part of that team. We see him driving earlier on. He's still out there now. Guillaume Mas and Remy Delorme as well, who was also at the wheel of that one. It was a great season for them. Now they've moved up to hypercar, and they are slowly getting to grips with it as well, although I don't think they'll be title contenders here this season. They're 6th and 9th in the standings as of right now. I think it's going to be difficult for them to challenge for the title, but they can challenge for some race wins. That's exactly what they're doing right now. The number 7 with Zoltan Varkany is coming from 2nd place now.
Yep, certainly has. An hour 12. Is that too much to get to the end for one of these hypercars? We know they can do about an hour or so. We'll certainly have to find out as Andreasen comes into the pit lane as well. That gave that position. Oh, we missed the pit box slightly. That is going to give a little bit more time to Jake Dennehan in their battle. But either way, Jake is continuing for now, of course, completely offset after their recent crash. The recent pit stop was due to a crash and not at a scheduled time.
The race finishes.
Yeah, I think that's too far for those two cars, I've got to be honest with you. Although I would trust your knowledge over me, to be fair, with these things, but I still think it's too far. I think it's too far for any car on the grid, isn't it? Even the GT3s can't go that far.
Yeah, they possibly can, but not at a track like this, I think, with all the accelerating and all the straight lines at a place like this. But yeah, I do know that the hypercars can get a bit over now, but yeah, I think this is too far. But to be honest, I've not really kept up with the changes, because obviously VC made slight changes to the cars.
Yeah, it's always changing, of course, trying to make things more interesting, change things and make things better. As we see this battle for 2nd place between Darius Andre and Patrick Strakowski at the moment, it all gets pretty close in towards the bus stop chicane. There was a hypercar within that as well. That's the race leader, actually, isn't it? It's the other Go Team car, and they'll be into the pit lane now with 70 minutes remaining.
So yeah, the person that we're on board with, of course, was the Team RTR car of Boda, I believe it is, at the wheel. And obviously he's he's getting very sort of held up with these he's looking in his mirrors and he's got a lot of cars coming in behind him, and that is really starting to hinder in these battles. And it's certainly going to be getting very close between these drivers, and Darius Andre will definitely want to be getting past them and not having too much. So first he's going to get the Visceral car there, and now he's going to have the Team RTR car to overtake as well. Of course, there'll be blue flags and whatnot coming in behind. Interestingly, that Andre's kept with those hard compound tyres. I think he's one of the only LMP2s to really be doing that, but they obviously think they're better.
Yeah, he is the only inside the top 7 at the moment. Zoltan Boda has also got them on. Salvatore Zicciello has got them on for Arms Cyber, but he's in 11th now, a long way back. Luca Fabro as well, and the other Arms car has got them on Undercover Rain as well. But you're right, it's the only car inside the top 5, certainly only the front runners using those hard tyres. Wonder if that means he won't be changing at the final stop. I wouldn't imagine he is, and maybe that's where the difference between himself and Strakowski is going to come. Will Hyperion have another tyre change to make? Actually, maybe not. I think they just did a tyre change, actually, at that last stop, because I thought Hyperion were in front of Gold Racing Esport before those stops, and now they're not. So I'm assuming that Hyperion tyre changed and maybe Gold Racing didn't.
Potentially, yes. And maybe that is because the doubles and triples have evened out, and then at the next stop they're both not going to change, potentially, because that would make sense as to why Gold would be on the hards in comparison. But we'll find out certainly at that final pit stop, because that's going to be a bit of a deciding factor, I think, in quite a few of these battles. We've got to see it as well with Burst and Go Team, and how their final pit stop is going to be affected as well. So yeah, the strategy has been a little bit all over the place this race, courtesy of the Code 80s and just when they've happened, and then of course every team pretty much doing something different at the same time. Some just taking fuel at the Code 80s, some taking fuel and tyres, some not stopping at all, and that has really sort of opened the door quite a lot.
It has. It's been a very interesting race so far. Still just over an hour to go here at Spa for round 4 of the Virtual Endurance Championship for season 16. We're watching this fight for 2nd place in LMP2, but there's plenty of other stuff going on up and down the field. We've got other battles between. I think Adam Taylor has just gotten into the Wanako car, and he's immediately been thrown into battle, as far as I can work out. He has. Nicola Pastore is right in front of him. This is a fight for 4th place, and I guess Pastore must have been in as well, because it was Giuseppe Pastore not so long ago, wasn't it? So have the brothers changed over? I guess they have.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I didn't quite realise, but yeah, it's a different story, isn't it? Yeah, that's an interesting one. It slightly threw me off. But yes, it looks like both cars changed driver at the stop, but there was obviously a swap round in position. So yeah, definitely something that is going to be changing in the final hour and a bit towards the end. But of course, these might have a bit of a splash. I know, or they probably will do, have a splash at the end. There's the gold LMP2 round the outside, but there wasn't the space. And as they come back on the track, need to be careful not to get any sort of cut track penalty or any cut track points from that one. But they just about managed to survive. But obviously, they're taking the risks because there goes Hyperion.
Yeah, it was Gold Racing Esport, you're right. So that's why there's the risk has been taken. Darius Andre versus Patrick Sikorsky, that's a lot closer now. It's even closer than the battle for fourth in GT3 as well. There's a lot to be watching now in the final couple of hours of this race, and a lot to keep an eye on. What's the gap going to be as we go over the line? Then we'll get the change on that at half a second, and I'm surprised it's that much. Into La Source they go. There'll be a couple of GT3s in front. This may split them apart again.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one trying to get through the traffic. Kaczmarkowski also get past Rasmus Andreasen of the TX3 tries to go around the outside, and I think he's made it through in the background. But for this LMP2 battle, looks like just by a couple of tenths that the gap opened up once more, showing you how the traffic is. And I've just been politely informed there's actually 2 Pastores. They're in each of the Black Hawk cars right now. As TX3 just about try and get through, but actually there goes Burst diving out the inside. Getting past 2, but that's not obviously for a position.
No, not for position, just another lap put on virtualised by TX3. I could have sworn they were in the same car. I thought that was the whole point. Well, not the whole point, but I thought they were in the same car. But anyway.
They're out right now. Nicola in the 81 and Giuseppe in the 91.
Okay. Are you sure? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Well, firstly, live time is saying that, but also thanks to Anthony Itzbon, the Ferrari engineer, for correcting us on that.
Correcting me, you didn't do anything wrong. It's it's me. He will have taken over them from Camille Naui then, Nicola Pastore that is, put on the mediums. But since he will have pitted not so long ago, I guess that's too far to get. There'll be splashes and dashes here, surely, in GT3, then especially for those Black Hawk cars, because I think they've both been in.
Yep, definitely. I believe the fuel tank is slightly smaller as well, so getting to the hour is a bit more difficult this year, but the fact that we are so far before the hour as well, I think that's a definite sign that we are going to see some splashes as the TX3 car finally manages to get past Hyperion, such as we were saying, in the middle sector of this lap. The hypercars aren't really any faster. It's mostly on the straights, as there was a car there just in the background coming into the pit lane to continue the trend that we've seen. And one thing, especially because these Code 80s, I've noticed this race, is there's literally pit stops every few laps. And it looks like also Yanni Simicic coming into the pit lane as well.
Keeps it very interesting, I've got to say. Everyone's coming in all of the time. That's going to leave Winchick Racing back in the lead again, isn't it? So does this mean that Winchick are really winning, or are Burst, or our Go team? Who is really winning this race at the moment? Because there's an hour and 4 to go, look, we'll call it. I don't imagine Burst can go to the end from there. They'll have to do a splash. Both Go teams, but in that case, will have to do a splash as well. So in that case, everyone's got one stop remaining. Winchick Racing's is the longest, but they've got a huge margin over everybody else. So surely they're in the driving seat at the moment. Surely.
That is actually a good point. But I reckon maybe Burst are going slower because they were saving fuel, and maybe they're doing this because they're going to try and save fuel in this final stint to get to the end from here. But
that help?
They've lost so much time by doing it. If that was their strategy, though.
They have lost a lot of time. And also, Winchick Racing weren't actually that far behind them. If you saw the gaps coming down there, I think it was less than 20 seconds. And I think the amount of fuel that Simicic would have to save would be too much for him to lose, or too much for him to do that and hold on to the lead. So it might secure him second place, I suppose, Simicic, if he does that. But I don't think it would get him the win.
Yes, but maybe it could help Burst in terms of their battle with Go Team. So that was something. But
just in that case, why would you fuel save? Because they might have beaten them anyway.
Yeah, it's but sometimes when you're committed to a strategy,
True.
kind of have to go for it sometimes, because then you get stuck in between and you actually lose more. So potentially, or maybe it's just the speed that they had. Who knows? I mean, they weren't overly fast in the first opening portions of the stints when everything was of the race, when everything was still a little bit more calm and in line. So maybe they just didn't have quite that race-winning pace today.
Yeah, it's possible. And I think, unfortunately, it's been the story of the season for some. Let's see where else we can go up and down the field. I'm waiting for that battle in second place in LMP2 to spark up a bit, actually. I thought it would in the next few minutes, but it really hasn't. Darius Andre has held Patrick Szynkowski at arm's length for quite some time now, and they've been driving around like this for a good 10 minutes or so. Nicola Pastore is still behind Adam Taylor as well, so that's not changing either. We're kind of waiting for either to spark into life, as we've got Valle Corsa in the garage. They were out there recently. Joseph Frederick Suto in the pit lane now.
Yeah, I just noticed that they had a DNF. They're still, the GT3s haven't gone past them, so it must have only been very, very recently. But either way, they are out of this race. Valle Corsa not quite having the season that we saw with them last year in the DPIs, especially at this race. Michael Ayres leading, coming quite near to the end of the race, but unfortunately, race clutch and I think Burst as well got past them towards the end of the race. Burst and race clutch both had it was like 2 and 3 drive-through penalties apiece coming into this race last year, and Race Clutch especially managing really well to come back in that race. But yeah, Valle definitely struggling a little bit more in that LMP2 so far this year. And actually, one good point is, talking about getting a couple of names wrong. Obviously, we're mentioning TX3, Rasmus Andreasen, but actually in that pit stop where he missed the pit box, he actually swapped out for Mark Schluter. So it was Mark Schluter with that move in Eau Rouge a few laps ago. As Mark has got himself into the car for the final stint of the race.
Unfortunately, bringing that car home in 7th, I think, in 8th, sorry, I think at the moment. You got 1 out of 2, by the way. It was Race Clutch and Sebring who got ahead of them, so nearly. But although Burst finished about 9 seconds behind, so you can be forgiven for thinking they will have done. It was a very close race, actually. Look, I don't remember it being so close.
It was.
But it was. But that's just, it's just my memory, really. It was a close race. 37 seconds covered the top 4, which I think we'll be lucky to get today based on everything that's happened.
Yeah, so there was basically some rain, and then obviously with the penalties, that obviously then meant that people were chasing back, and yeah, it was working out really well. But no, I remember now. So but at the end, Burst stayed out, or they didn't change tyres at the end, or something like that, and they were really slow in the last stint, and then everyone basically came and overtake. It was something like that. Anyway, and yeah, Valle definitely, they had the pace. Oh, that was very tight though, as that's a big risk there being taken by Darius Andre. Now he's under a big attack, coming down in towards hairpin around the outside. Szynkowski is going to go. Can he make it stick? That is a lovely side-by-side racing between the two. Andre squeezing him to the left-hand side, but up the inside of the apex goes the Hyperion car, and he takes 2nd place away.
I think Darius Andre thought he was going to get pushed right out wide there through No Name, so decided to go for the cutback, but in fact, Szynkowski may have given him the room had he still been alongside. And in the end, Darius Andre gives over the place. Hyperion Esports up to 2nd now, ahead of Gold Racing Esports. And what an important one that could turn out to be. What a season we're having so far in LMP2 as we approach the round 4 mark, the end of round 4 of this 9-round season. What a fantastic start we've had to it. Still a long way to go, but some real top teams emerging, including the top 3 in this race. The podium teams from this race do seem to be real favourites for this title.
Yeah, they certainly do. Seems to be some of the top names circulating their way to the front, and it's a little bit less sort of open for those midfield runners, but up towards the front. And especially this Hyperion car really starting to show their way in this championship, and really starting to close down and have a bit of a run at it. And look at the speed already, pulling away from Darius Andre. This is a really, really nice one, as I see Jake Dennehan back into the pit lane, and coming in one of the last pit boxes there for them.
Yeah, they'll drop back behind Sebring, I would imagine, in the race at the moment. That's Christopher Kiernick back at the wheel of that one for the 7th place team. They're quite a long way back, Sebring, compared to their previous performances and where you'd expect to see them. They've been on the podium twice so far this season. Second at Road Atlanta, third at Bahrain. But it's not going to be even a top 5 here today for the first time this season. They will be outside of that and disappointed with their evening, I would imagine. 57 minutes to go, and Winchick Racing don't look like coming in for the moment. I don't think they'll wait too much longer before making their final stop, but I think it will be a final stop that sees them out. Well, it's not going to be out in the lead, but at the end of this race, it may well be 40 seconds they have right now. Surely the pit stops for those behind aren't going to be 40 seconds shorter than the pit stop for Winchick Racing. That's not possible, surely.
Oh yeah, I think they've got this. The gap that they had earlier was way too big for any sort of strategy to swap that around. So they should be okay. But strange things have happened. And Race Clutch, who are leading by a similar margin at one point, they were upside down and now they're in 7th place. So things can change very, very quickly in this Virtual Endurance Championship. And as me and Ewan were saying a few minutes ago, especially at this track, things seem to happen late on. Last year, we had that strategic battle going right to the end, and a couple of years ago as well, with Go Team and Burst, unfortunately, getting penalties right at the end of this race. So it's definitely something that can happen. And I think that's one reason why we end up coming back to this track year after year, because it seems to provide a pretty good race.
Provides very good racing every single time. Does Spa? We were here last year, as you meant, for an 8-hour race. In fact, it's been 8-hour races in the last few seasons of the Virtual Endurance Championship. The last time we weren't here was back in season 12, when the longest race, apart from the 24, was at the 8-hour event, but we didn't come here, and that was quite a long time ago now. So it's been very well used since, and why not as well, as we've got a yellow flag in sector 2, and it looks like it's persisting as well. Who is off the road?
Chutis, I think.
Yes, it is. It's Piff Paff. He's found himself off the road. Don't think he will have found the wall, but because it's quite far away from the track down there. But he has at least gone around there. He's still got all of the body parts attached to that McLaren, I think. Has he got a front end on that, or is it just dark? It looks maybe just dark. I don't think he will have found the wall. It's been a difficult enough day for Satellite. They're just continuing on for the sake of it, almost for the final few points. They're not going to gain any positions from here.
Yes, they are 3 laps down on the next car, which is then 4 laps down on the next car. So they're quite a way down, and of course with this being such a long lap, over 2 minutes, I mean we're looking at 2 minutes 15 for the purple lap time, but sort of 2:18, 2:19s for race laps. So that is many minutes being dropped back. I mean that's coming close to half an hour. They are off the race lead, which is of course a very long time in these battles. When we see seconds separating people, to be half an hour behind is very conducive of when you start having these big issues in the races, and it's not the race that Satellite would have wanted, and in some ways not the season as well. They're sitting 4th place with the 64, that's the Yimi Nisula car if I'm not mistaken, and then they're also in 9th place in the standings, and they're 65 machine. So and then they're 18th with the 67. So they're not quite the way they would have wanted to start the season, but we still have 5 races left after this one, including 2 24-hour races, which are 1.5 points each. So still plenty of opportunity to score.
As in 1.5 times more points than usual, not just 1.5 points for a win. You get that would be cruel. But anyway, yes, I get the point. I want to go back to GT3 for the moment, because Michal Sedlacek is leading by nearly a minute and a half. And I'm beginning to wonder, is this really representative of where they are, or do they have to stop again? Or does everyone have to stop again here, is the question now, because Blackhawk weren't in that long ago, but they did come in with about 65 minutes to go. I feel like Thomas Enger Sim Racing were in a long time before that, so, I mean, I don't suspect they would lose the win from here, but how comfortable really is this? Because at the moment it looks like a complete demolition job.
I believe they definitely need to stop again, the number 70 Thomas Enger car, but Visceral, I can't recall when their pit stop was, so surely they probably need to stop again. But I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure Thomas Enger do, because they stopped under that first code 80, which put them basically half a stint out. So that's why they haven't stopped at the hour. They're going to be stopping sort of half an hour to go. That sort of region I would expect. But for Visceral, yeah, I'm not actually 100% sure on that. It's certainly a huge gap, though, if they are both stopping. Yeah, I mean, we don't often see wins by quite this margin in class.
I don't think we will, but I'm just wondering how much of a gap it is actually going to be by the end of this race. Surely not this much. I mean, it's been a great season so far. We can't take that away from the Thomas Enger Sim Racing team in the number 70. It's Michał Sedlacek, Wojciech Pelesny doing a lot of the driving. I mean, they're not unknown drivers, but is it a fairly unknown team? I mean, we've not, I don't think, seen this team in the VEC before. I've not seen this team in sim racing. I'm sure other people have, but and you know what my memory's like. But they've not been here, and it's been a good start to the season. Although it's hard to say that, you know, they're on their debut season when you've got the likes of Sedlacek and Pelesny on your team, because they're absolutely not debutantes in the VEC. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, loads of the drivers remind me of the old Varga GT, but I don't know if that is, as you say, related to this, or maybe it's just that group of drivers moving to another organisation, because that does often happen, actually. We see this quite a lot. And then people think that, yeah, sort of the team name change, but it's actually just the drivers moving all at once, as such, to a completely different organisation by different people. So maybe that's something to check into. But yeah, they're coming straight into it, and they have some very, very fast drivers. And yeah, if you want to come and compete, that is exactly what you need to come and do. Is because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how well you organise your team, you need the drivers to be able to come out and perform on the track. And of course, leading the championship. Coming into this one, they had a win at the second round of the season. They had second place in the opening round of the season as well. A little bit more difficult time last time out, but they might be coming for their second win of the season here.
They could well be, and that would extend their championship lead further over Black Hawk Racing. I know I keep repeating, have never won a VT title, but it seems remarkable that they haven't. And every season they seem to get a little bit closer. I had hope for them at this time last season, actually. Thought it was going to be their season, but it turned out not to be. And you never know. Maybe this time it will be, but can't get too ahead of ourselves with that one. I'm sure they won't be getting too ahead of themselves either. They're 4th and 5th at the moment. I really thought that they would catch and pass the Guanaco car just up in front of them, actually, Black Hawk, but they've really not been able to do that just yet. They're still sat in 4th position. Nicola Pastore is 4th, and Adam Taylor 2.5 seconds up in front, and it doesn't seem that Pastore can really get any closer at the minute.
No, and they're looking at live timing. Both drivers don't have lap times next to their name for the last lap, if I'm not mistaken. So that means they probably had a bit of a cut track somewhere, though they have just come up now. And it is Adam Taylor who's slightly faster. There's only a couple of tenths of a second between them. So I think this battle is potentially going to be coming back to us at some point, at least not spreading out too much as it stands. But definitely that was a good point from Wanako to get Adam Taylor in the car, because Roddy Mookin might, maybe just because of being on old tyres at the time when we saw him, but he was struggling quite a bit towards the end of that last stint, being overtaken twice, so that Adam Taylor's got one back.
And he's extending that gap now, 3 seconds it is, as things stand. So that's just spread out a little bit, and as this whole field has, actually, it's for the last hour or so. It's been very, very close between absolutely everybody, but now things have spread out that little bit more in the field. Not too many battles going on up and down the field for now, and so we're waiting for the next twist in the tail. Kind of waiting for Winchick Racing to come in the overall lead, really. See how far they are away from the end. I'm sure this next pit stop will be their last one. I just want to see what it's going to be like in comparison to the others. Is it possible that the win could change hands today? There is Martin Mergley into the pit lane. You wouldn't imagine this is tyres, it's just going to be fuel. Where is he going to come out? Is he even going to be in 4th place like he was before? Is this going to be a bit of a shorter pit stop than before? And how much time is he going to lose is the question now.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be changing tyres, because Martin just had his first stint. So they're definitely been double stinting today, so I would be surprised if he changes tyres. Yeah, it does stay down on the ground, so they'll just be taking whatever litres they need for 47 plus a lap or two of to be safe, and that means they'll have a shorter pit stop. And especially not taking tyres, it'll be a very short pit stop, and they should be very nice for that gap, considering we do believe that this car of Go Team will need to come in as well.
There goes Mikel Leroux over the top of the hill and into the lead of the race. What about Joni Simoncic in the burst car? Is he going to be able to go through as well? He's still a long way back, of course. And then there's Cosmo Prosciutto, another 20 seconds back in the other Go Team racing car. How many of them are going to be able to file past Mergeli? Only one. Mergeli's going to get out in second place, and even if Simoncic can go to the end, it doesn't matter because he's surely not going to be able to go to the end and overtake Mergeli.
Oh, definitely not with the speed that we've seen. So that is very good for Winchick. They've had the pace, they've had the strategy today, and they're in prime position to take a race victory thanks to the issues that Race Clutch have had over the sort of middle hours of the race. And I tell you what, Winchick, I know they've sort of been fast and they've got a race victory already back at Road Atlanta, but I mean, they are almost dark horses for this championship. And I wasn't quite expecting that coming into the season. Obviously, I knew they'd be up there in the top 5 or so, but I didn't know they'd quite have this pace to challenge every race. Because even if Race Clutch was still in it at full speed, they wouldn't be, realistically that far behind.
A spin down at the bus stop chicane on that last lap, by the way, for Luca Fabro in the Arms Cyber car, but he's gotten away again and he's okay. Yeah, I've got to say I'm a bit surprised by Winchick Racing as well, in a positive way, of course. I didn't expect to see them doing quite so well, but they've had a good start to the season. It's just a case of how long is this going to last for. That's always my worry with these teams that are not normally up there or haven't been before and suddenly are. How can you sustain it? Because this is the longest VEC season we've had for, 5 years, isn't it? It's or maybe a bit less than that, actually, probably a few years. But even so, it's a long VEC season. There's a lot of hours within it. There's no doubt about that. And you always wonder, are they going to be able to uphold this consistency when they're up against, experienced previous champions like Race Clutch and Burst?
That is what they're going to show, I guess. And I guess the thing is, though, Rick Van Earl, he's champion a couple of years ago for Simframe in the LMP2 category. Mergeli is, in the last 6 months or so, is turning into a really, really fast and consistent driver. So I think they're in a good place. I really do. And they should be able to continue the pace on. I guess it just depends how the pressure goes. If it gets to a situation where they are actually in a championship fight, will they be able to contain that? Because it's not just about being fast on one lap or over a stint. It's about doing that from now to the end of the season to try and challenge Race Clutch and potentially others for this title. It's going to be a tricky one with the two 24-hour races as well. And considering they've only really had those two drivers in there, we need to see what the teams do in terms of getting some more drivers coming into that squad. As you say, they do have Visner, and they've also got Shaba Kish actually signed up to that car, so maybe they'll come in, but I don't believe they've raced this season.
I think we've seen Kish, although I think we've seen Kish. I think we've seen Shaba Kish, but I don't think we've seen Daniel Visner yet, although obviously none of us have been here for every minute of every race, so we're not entirely sure. And the drivers probably are more sure than we are, if we're honest, but that's fine. I think you're right. It's less about the team in sim racing, I find, and it's more about the actual drivers within it, because in real life, you always point to the teams in whatever series it is, especially endurance racing, and you say, these teams are going to do well just because, you know what they're like. Back the Audi days, you always knew they were going to do well, no matter if they turned up with a lawnmower. You knew they were going to do well. Back, about 10 years ago, or a bit further, 20 years ago, you just knew that they would do well, and their teams respectively would do well. But in sim racing, it's less about that, I feel, and because obviously they don't have to build the cars, which is helpful. But obviously they're building setups and stuff, but it's more about the drivers, really. And if you started a new team tomorrow, but you could choose the 4 drivers that you wanted from sim racing, you'd arguably, and I'm not saying it's easy, but you could get a better team than anyone that currently exists, if you see what I mean, because it's less about the team around you and more about the actual drivers that you've got, especially in the VEC, as we've seen in the past. So, I mean, we've seen plenty of drivers win with multiple teams, for example. So,
4 to go now.
I feel like it doesn't really
3
matter that
laps.
we've not seen the team do it before. It's just about the drivers. They've got that championship winning experience. They've got plenty of drivers who are getting better as well, as you say, with Murgoli, and so there's no reason why they can't take it to Race Clutch, for example. I was saying this about Race Clutch last season, I'm pretty sure, but I wasn't sure whether they could do it for the entire time, and there they are, reigning champions currently. So you never know. They're probably going to run them close, but they're up against it. They're stiff competition with the likes of Sebring, Burst Esport, and of course Race Clutch, who we've already mentioned.
It's not going to be an easy one, and I'm actually looking a little bit further down the road to races later on in the season, such as penultimate round is the 4 Hours of Imola. So a bit of a tricky circuit and only a 4-hour race, and also the penultimate round. So that circuit has the potential to bring up some surprises, and that doesn't give you too much opportunity to change it afterwards. And of course, we always get 1,000 miles of Sebring as well, which is a very tricky little circuit as well. So definitely, it's going to be an interesting one to the end of the season. As I see, we're getting a whole host of LMP2 pit stops. We've got Darius Andre coming in, and Svikovsky as well in their battle. So this is getting down to the wire, but they'll be fine on fuel to the end. It's going to be a full stint.
Just about fine on fuel. They'll probably have to fill all the way up, but they should be okay. Down the pit lane goes Svikovsky. I didn't remember him being this far behind Darius Andre, actually. And I didn't remember Nicolas Lemoine being quite so close behind. There is Luc Meunier making his way out of his box by the looks of things. There's
How many?
Svikovsky,
66.
and
he stopped
17
first.
laps.
and he's got his pit box is miles ago. That's why. So Darius Andre has got a bit of a longer stop here, and it's costing him a lot of time. Surely he's not going to be able to cross this big of a gap.
Yeah, this gap really opened up, didn't it, between the two?
I think he's got bigger in the pit stops.
Did he?
Look, is that
Did
Lemoine?
he
No.
change tyres? Yeah, that's the Iris car. Meunier going for it, but of course he's a lap down, or multiple laps down. But was there tyre change there from Darius Andre? I wonder, because he's miles back, isn't he? He's absolutely miles back. I didn't quite see the car, but
he
either
goes.
way, he's lost a lot of time somehow.
So much time lost there.
Is he on soft tyres? Yeah, he is. So the race, I believe, is 9 stints. So I thought he was on the hards to do triples, like 3 triples, but maybe he's still done 4 doubles for 8 stints, and now for the end, he's obviously had to do a single stint, which is why he's gone onto the softs. But because of that extra tyre stop, effectively, he's lost a lot of time, and he's not going to gain that back in 1 stint.
Well, no, he's not. It's going to be 2 seconds a lap he's going to need, isn't it? If we're looking at the amount of time we've got remaining, probably more. So that's not going to happen, I wouldn't imagine. It's going to be a very quick end to the stint, though, for Darius Andre. With 105 seconds, though, I'd be slightly concerned at Scuderia Ferrari Esports. Have they got enough time over Hyperion to come out ahead of them?
At
I would
what fuel
imagine
target
so.
is that?
I think their pit stop will be shorter. But
8-1.
but that's a slight
3.8
concern because the
Okay.
pit lane is so long. We'll have a look and see if Patrick Svikovsky actually comes out behind the Ferrari Esports car or ahead of it, because if it comes out ahead, then we know that we've got a very exciting finale.
Yeah, we certainly do. And wow, Hyperion have really been on the pace today, haven't they? And they're looking very, very strong. 4th place in the championship so far, only 12 points off Gold, who are leading the way. So, I mean, they're really in this championship battle, and they're definitely not ones to discount just yet, as we're coming up to the halfway points in the season. And even if the gap is a bit too big for Ferrari by the time they come in their pit lane, as Nirola gets a penalty, they're still going to get a pretty solid 2nd place here. So that is a very nice one. as there is Nirola for Sean Clark just coming out of the pit lane. So must have been speeding in the pit lane, unfortunately, for the 34.
Pretty difficult to do, I would imagine, at Spa. Coming from such a low speed anyway, and after narrowly squeezing yourself into the opening there, I can imagine it's pretty difficult to get up to pit lane speed. But anyway, that's a bit of an annoyance there. A couple of battles going on in LMP2 now. Netrex versus On-Off Racing is going on here. Charlie Rigo has gotten at the wheel of now in place of Nicolas Lemoine in the light blue Orica, and Andres Azan is going to continue to the end for Netrex by the looks of things in that car. Yellow flag in the middle sector at the moment. Going to see if I can spot who's off the road, but I can't. So that's okay. Looks like everybody's back going again, which is good news. Now, will Rigo get close enough here for us? And I would imagine so. I think Netrex still have to pit again. I haven't seen them come in the last few minutes.
That is a good point. You are potentially correct on that one as well, which will make that overtake obviously a lot easier. As I see in there, just flashing the lights up the road, trying to get some traffic out of the way. And someone who's actually done pretty well this race is the car in behind these. Obviously a bit of a way down, but is Luc Meunier for Iris. Of course, having some issues in the last couple of races, getting some penalties and just suffering from that. But still, if they can remain onto this 6th position, for the team that's currently 2nd place in the championship, there's still going to be some half decent points to keep them in contention as we continue the way through. And we know that car is obviously very, very strong indeed, winning the first 2 rounds of the season. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're obviously still contending, and this is going to be some nice points if they can continue on that. And here we're seeing Ferrari into the pit lane. How close is it going to be with Hyperion on the exit? They've got 100 odd seconds, but let's see how close it remains.
Where's Patrick Sikorsky? That's Ravage. Oh, okay. He's a long way behind.
Let's bring it home.
He's a very, very long way behind. I think Dennis Jordan will be fine.
But it is 2 minutes a lap.
I know, but still, I mean, how long is a pit stop for LMP2? Even if you're just doing fuel, I mean, it's not ages, is it? And I think, yeah, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah,
I reckon it'll be about 30 seconds. That's where my money is.
Yeah, I would assume it's probably somewhere in the region of maybe 30-40 seconds to go through the pit lane, plus I think there's another 30 odd seconds for the fuel tank. So yeah, probably at a minute loss. So yeah, they're probably going to have in excess 30 or something seconds by the time we come out of that one. And it's going to be more than that, isn't it? Because Dennis Jordan is already going, because that would have been a slightly shorter stop as well, being less than the sort of 40-45 minutes that we expect.
Back to the battle for 4th place, or indeed 2nd at the moment with Sikorsky. There we are with 4th place, and Asane and Rigo. The burst car flying past the both of them. Will Rigo fly past Asane as well? No is the answer to that one. Can't quite get down the inside of Lecom. If this continues on for another 34 minutes, then I would be very impressed if Netrex can stay ahead.
Yeah, then it might be a little bit difficult. Let's actually see. This is a good opportunity because they are right behind the hypercar now. We're 3 wide just in behind that. That's not what you want to see always. We'll just see how much faster the hypercar is in this middle sector, because the burst car obviously getting through on the straights, and they're not really pulling away too much actually. Of course, accelerating a bit faster, but definitely just showing you that it's not so much of a difference in the corners. But Rigo needs to be trying to close in a little bit more. You really have to be up the backside of one of these cars to try and do that. As Darius Andre in your LMP2 sets the fastest time, of course, on those soft compound tyres, but still 34 seconds behind Hyperion. I don't think he's going to have enough time to chase down, but that was 2 seconds a lap.
Can you hear me
Well,
now?
he does need to close in a second a minute, and he is
about, yes.
nearly on schedule.
So
you
take it
just
easy this stint,
doubt that
'cause
someone
this was
will be able to keep that up
calculated
for
with
half an hour. That's the
mind.
problem, or even more than half an hour
And it
as
was
it
quite
was at the
tight for
start. So we'll
17
keep an
laps.
eye on that, but
Like
I
16.9,
don't
so
think that
no
is going
need
to come to anything for Darius Andre. It could be an interesting one
No
to
need
watch
to
in the
continue
final
to
minutes. On board with Charlie Rigo we go then, and there's going to be a hypercar popping to our left or right here in a moment. Asane
Let me
defends
know
on the
as
way in.
soon
In fact, the hypercar, whoever it is waiting
you know
behind
how
by the
many
looks of
laps
things. It's Simframe from the looks of the sort of dark and white colours as well in the on that car. defence again from NetRex into turn 1. That's not going to be the passing zone. It's going to be into Lecom if Rigo can get a lot closer than he was 1 lap ago.
And he is close. Is it enough to get that slipstream? It's about 2 car lengths or so at this point, and you really need to be within that sort of final zone just to get that extra bit of boost from the slipstream, and he's got a good run here. As you say, we're going to be getting probably a hypercar coming through, and that's actually blocking the slipstream. That's not the ideal situation. So I think it is the Sebring car, you're right, getting through, and that really hasn't helped Charlie Rigo unless he can dive down the inside. No, not enough. So that time around he was fairly close, but the traffic just spoiling the party once more, so he's going to have to work hard for this.
Really is. I thought that was his chance, but traffic gets in the way, and it will again. Down in towards the right-hander they go. It's Juicy's Motorsport Club this time, who actually do a good job of staying out of the way through Rivage there. That really puts a thorn into Charlie Rigo's side. Now, as you say, another opportunity to see how quick the hypercar is compared to the others over the top of the middle of the circuit. I'm slightly distracted by the yellow flag in sector 1 at the moment. I'm slightly concerned someone's off at Radion, but I don't think so. I think everyone's moving again, thankfully, and so we can focus back in here. Sebring hypercar really hasn't got very far away.
No, definitely not so much faster at this point of the track, but then as we come out onto this back straight up towards Bonchemont, you can see they're absolutely sending it past the GT3 car, as the LMP2s are much faster. There's the MXF Pro Esports entry, the 299, but back to Charlie Rigo, also in the blue machine. Can he get the run down towards this final chicane? And this point in the track, this is not about overtaking, this is just trying to get close, trying to get some nice lines, not chunk the curbs too much, and keep yourself in with half a shout by the time we get up towards the back straight once more. And that's always possibly the most important corner on the track for overtaking as well. If you get a good exit out of here, get the right amount of slip on the rear, and actually hit the apex, then you might have an opportunity.
Yeah, if you get a good exit, then good, but if your opponent gets a bad one, then even better. Although I think traffic is going to just screw Rigo again, but no. The Go Team Racing car stays in behind, and that is a very good thing for them. Now they'll go through on both cars, but will it just steal the slipstream away from Rigo? It does, and that probably puts paid to any chances. That may have been the chance there for On-Off Racing to go through, but no. Hussein is able to hang on again. A little bit of good fortune through the traffic, but Rigo will just be frustrated that he's been stuck behind for so long now. There'll be the race-leading it's not the race-leading Visceral car, it's one of the other BMWs instead that pulls wide. That's not going to affect these two. Rigo is clearly faster, just can't find a way to use it.
And twice, 2 laps in a row, a hypercar has messed up his slipstream. That is got to be very, very difficult, but half an hour to go, plenty of opportunities. Asian is going to be under a load of pressure as the race continues and gets closer to the end. The pressure just gets even more, and I'm going to have to see what Rigo can do in finding a way through. But it doesn't matter how fast you are in the corners. We saw this with Simičić in the even in hypercars as well. It's a similar situation. Doesn't matter if you're 2 seconds slower in the middle sector. If you get the exits perfect onto the straights, that is where the overtaking is the most important.
Yeah.
No for taking so far is something that Charlie Rigo has found impossible. They've got about a minute either side of them, 50 seconds behind to Team Iris, and NetRex are a minute away from a podium place, so you wouldn't imagine that time is particularly a worry for these two. The only time they'll be worried about is the half an hour they have remaining. For Hussein, it's far too long. For Charlie Rigo, it may not be enough. Let's see if it is. He's so close now on the way towards the source. There's almost a case to be made for going for it at turn 1 now. He's not had any joy at Lecom. How about La Source? Well, no is the answer here too. He tries to get the exit, but I think traffic is going to play its part again.
It might do. They are a bit further behind, and this is as close as he needs to be to try and get the run. But that looming hypercar is getting closer and closer. Will it break up the slipstream this time around, or maybe not? Charlie Rigo, this is the closest he's been in the last sort of 5 laps. Can he get the run? To the outside goes the hypercar. He should still have enough room to try and even get some extra slipstream around the outside of Lecom. He's going to have to do it on the brakes, but not late enough. Might get a bit of a switchback though. He's going to have to do a sort of double switchback through in towards Malmedy, but not quite enough as Asian puts his car in the perfect position to hold on.
Hassan was late on the brakes there, but in the end it wasn't enough, and he just needed to hang it around the outside through the next pot to get the inside at Mohammedi, but he couldn't do it, and unfortunately he's behind again. So this is going to become increasingly frustrating now for the on-off racing driver, and he's got, you know, nearly half an hour remaining, but he'll begin to get worried that this is just never going to happen now.
Potentially, but as a driver, you never give up, or you shouldn't give up, at least, especially in these battles where the car is literally right ahead of you. And at this moment in time, it's just not quite about repetition, but you just got to keep putting your car in that right sort of opportunity, and then hopefully one lap you are just that half a tenth closer, and you get the run. And it might be this up towards Blanchimont. Forgiassian got caught down a little bit there with the GT car, and this is another opportunity for Rigo, but you don't overtake into Blanchimont. You just have to stay close and hope that you've got the momentum in towards the braking zone, into the final chicane. Left or right is it going to be? It's going to be to the right hand side for the defense, the left hand side for the attack, and around the outside it's going to be side by side. They go, contact is made, and Rigo has to back out.
Well, he did back out in the end. I think Hassan would have given him the room, actually, if he'd have just stayed alongside, because he knows that that situation in the corner, or that point in the corner, I should say, he would have been the one to spin around. So Rigo could have stuck his nose in there, but I guess he doesn't want to risk losing it all here for this overtake. He's tucked right underneath the rear wing of the Netrex LMP2 once again now, plunging downhill towards Eau Rouge. This is where you need the run. Power uphill and get the run to the Kemmel Straight. He's up over the curves as well. It's not a bad run. He'll be right in the slipstream, but he's struggling to get anywhere. And the on-off racing car could just do with a couple of Ks an hour on the straight line right now, because he's not got enough. He needs to be super late on the brakes, and he's not going to be. I think the on-off racing car will just be a little bit light on the top speed end there, because he was right in the slipstream but really wasn't going anywhere.
And we did see in the final chicane though, Rigo is strong on the brakes, but I didn't want to risk it around the outside, as we've seen so many times here. The outside of Les Combes is such a risky move, and it's really a do or die move. We've seen it so many times in various different categories, and I think he's just holding on to this potential to get the overtake somewhere else, maybe into that final chicane actually, but who knows, maybe Netrex do have a good straight line speed car with 25 minutes remaining here at the 6 Hours of Spa, and there's still plenty of action out there on the track, and this is one of the main ones inside the top 5. Astin definitely feeling the pressure though, running a bit wide there, and is going to lose some momentum as Rigo closes in.
But the exit off of Stavelot is just not good enough, and he's going to run wide through the Curve pour Frere, but it's nowhere near close enough at this stage. Nowhere near, I wouldn't say. And through Blanchimont again, he's going to end up frustrated. It's been a frustrating race, I would imagine, so far, at least a frustrating end to the race so far. Now maybe he'll go for it. The surprise inside attack at the bus stop chicane, he wasn't far alongside, and Hassan turned in as if he wasn't there almost, and he very nearly paid the price for it. Now Rigo may have the run in towards La Source as well, but it's difficult to see him diving again after what happened at the bus stop.
Catching by surprise is a good method, especially when you're in this situation, and lap after lap you try the same thing, so doing it at a different corner might have been the trick, but not this time around, as Asien is putting the car in a very good place. But look at the run. I think that was actually a bit of a lift off there by the Netrex to try and get the run with the GT car and catch them at the right time, but that's given Rigo an amazing opportunity to get as close as they've ever been, almost pushing the Netrex car to the left hand side they go. How brave does Charlie want to be on the outside, up towards the braking zone, in towards Les Combes. They're pushing each other, they're door banging in towards the chicane, and he loses the rear end, he goes around, and that ends that battle.
And that was the big fear. That was why Rigo was taking it cautiously. He needs to try and reverse it and find some space on the track, and don't clip your front wing off, whatever you do here. He'll get himself back going again, and he'll have more than enough time to stay ahead of Team Iris, so there's no concerns about that. But my goodness, what a shame to end that battle in that way. It was aggressive between the two. In the end, Rigo just makes side-to-side contact with the Netrex car and ends up going around. Not really sure you can put blame on either of them, just collided in the middle, and Rigo was the one to spin around.
Yeah, Rigo was risking it all on that outside, braking late, going deep, the rear would have been very light on that car. And as we've seen a lot of times this race, a lot of people losing the rear end. Let's see this once more, though, on the replay. As Asim does come a little bit left in the braking zone. And actually, there was a bit of further contact, actually. There's a little bit there, but here, and I think that might have just started the spin, actually. I thought it was a bit more Rigo just being late on the brakes, but that little bit of secondary contact would have just put a bit more pressure on the car and obviously sends the weight balance a little bit too far to the rear for how much Rigo was pushing into that corner. So it was a good try, but it was a very risky move and it didn't work out.
It didn't, no. A bit of a shame to see. I mean, is there any point in putting blame on either of them there? I kind of feel like they sort of met in the middle, and I mean, it was very slight contact anyway. I think that's worth pointing out. But is it really worth putting blame on either of them there? I'm not really sure that there's anything worth, anything too serious.
Yes, it's a tricky one, that. But Andres definitely came sort of to the left-hand side and made it a little bit more difficult than they would have wanted. So, potentially Rigo could have completed that move, or at least had a half a chance, whereas the little bit of contact stopped that. But then, as you say, two drivers, they're fighting hard. They're having an awesome battle for, at least 5 laps or so. And it gets to a point where you just have to go right to the limit. And unfortunately, a penalty might be coming the way of one of the drivers, but also actually to Neto, who has received a penalty, I would assume, for speeding in the pit lane or something along those lines at this point in the race.
Could cut tracks maybe at the bus stop.
Oh yeah, because they're still on the track, aren't they? So yeah, maybe you're right, getting to the cut track limit.
Well, it's I wouldn't imagine it would come through that late for a drive-through, so I guess it must be a bit of a shame for them to end the race that way, but it's going to be 13th no matter what happens for Alessio Nesso, I think. Let's go up to Hypercar again for the first time in a while, because Christopher Kierneck is being caught by Jake Dennehan, and the Go Team racing cars are getting quite close to burst. It's still getting quite close in Hypercar generally. Martin Mergeli leads the way, but 23 seconds is still a small gap, although I think we still believe that second, third and fourth have to come in yet.
Yes, interesting one with how close those drivers are getting between the burst of the two Go Team cars. So definitely need to have an eye on that one, because I looked, and 1 lap ago, the number 7 burst of Peugeot in that 3rd place was 3 seconds lap faster than burst. Obviously, maybe a bit of traffic involved in that, but certainly there is still some pace in that Go Team car to try and chase down for 2nd place. But also here, you're right, Jake Dennehan getting very, very close to the Simfrim Esports car of Christopher Kierneck, and is potentially looking to make this overtake in the next few laps. But look at all the traffic there. He's trying to get past. 20 minutes remain as well, so the laps coming down very, very quickly. About 10 laps or so remaining.
Just have a look at the negotiation of traffic as well from Jake Dennehan here. It's very, very tricky indeed, especially with the LMP2s that will be just up in front here. Switch to the inside. Is there going to be a move at Blanchimont? No, it's not a good idea. Don't forget, he's already, we think, made contact with the Understeer United Ferrari at that corner, and that might be putting him off slightly. Arm Cyber just over in front here. One of the two of them. They'll make their way over the line as well. So, flash of the lights, and that's almost to get into the head of Simfrim, because there's no cars between them there. The gap's now 1.5, and Jake Dennehan is crashing in on this gap.
Yeah, he really is, and that is it's coming down at a rate that starts to put a little bit of panic in as well. Because sometimes if there's a 2-second gap there, but it stays around the 2 seconds, the car ahead gets a little bit comfortable. But when it's 3.5, 3, 2.5, 2, all of a sudden you're like, oh my god, they're coming, and then you almost start focusing too much attention on your mirrors, and that makes it very, very difficult indeed to keep the pace going. So hopefully for Kierneck, he can continue looking forward and keep that pace. But Jake Dennehan is coming in very, very hot, and it was 1.6 seconds faster last lap.
That is considerable, even in endurance racing where traffic does affect these lap time battles. Just just a little bit, actually quite a lot in reality. So towards Pouhon they go, and that gap's probably going to be less than a second by the time that they get to the end of this middle sector. And there's 2 lap cars in front now as well, 2 GTs. It's 1 Akko just ahead of Scuderia Leone by the looks of things, although I didn't think they were a lap apart. I guess they must be. As you can see, Kierneck will look to the inside at Stavilo. That was quite a late move and it could have gone wrong. He's made it work. Dennehan won't get close to him this lap, but next time round, surely he will be.
Dennehan almost had a run there, but not enough to get past the Wanaka car of Adam Taylor, who's at the wheel of that one. And as you say, that's Ian Belton's, unfortunately, one lap down. But around the outside, potentially, there is going to be Jay Dennehan, and that surprised me a little bit. Kierneck not doing anything with that, and actually sort of lifting off and letting him go. So that was a very easy overtake.
Or do they think race clutch have to come in again and there's no point? Because why wouldn't you defend with less than 20 minutes to go? I don't really understand.
Yeah, that sort of caught me off guard a bit. I just quickly looked over to the to live timing, and all of a sudden Jake Dennehan's flying past on my right-hand side, and yeah, big flash there from Jake potentially to say thank you, because I'm very surprised, and that was a big overspeed as well. Kierneck could have easily waited to the braking zone and just let him go down the inside. Definitely a bit of a weird one.
Admittedly, looking at the difference between the two on pace right now, it's difficult to see that Kierneck would have been able to hold him back for more than a quarter of an hour anyway, but even so, it's bizarre that he didn't even try. And now that gap will be confirmed with this bit of traffic through Le Combe. So, the McLaren stays wide actually there and tries to be helpful to Christopher Kierneck, but there's the gap, way over a second now, probably over 2 before the end of the middle sector. So that's now sorted, and they've recovered to 6th place. It's still going to be a disappointment today, Race Clutch, because they led for so long. They were out of the race lead through no fault of their own, and so they're not exactly going to be pleased, but at least they've got everything they can. They can't, they can't be ruining the fact that they didn't catch 5th place, for example. There's no way they would have been able to recover from that incident a minute faster than they did.
Yes, I guess it wasn't really their fault as well, so maybe penalties coming off the way of the other teams, but there's not much they can do. As it stands, 30 points for a win, 15 points for 6th place, so they're going to be losing 15 to Winchick. They're 5 points ahead, so the gap will be 10 in favour of Winchick, so could be worse, could be a lot worse, and fair play to them for getting back on and continuing. They will also gain points on Simframe. And where are Burst in this? Burst are second at the moment, which is 25, so they'll gain 10. And Burst will not overtake them as well. So yeah, they'll be second in the championship, and they'll be 10 points behind Winchick as it stands by my commentator's maths. Never trust that. But it's close enough anyway to just give us an idea. So it's not they're not a million miles away, and they can definitely work forward with this. And if they come out fighting with the pace that they showed here, next time out at Daytona is 24-hour race, maybe even from this position they could have come back with the extra, whatever it is, 18 hours in the race to actually win it.
This is not me throwing you under the bus, but those aren't actually the values that they'll get, of course, because you do get extra points for what division you're in. So the actual numbers you're talking about are maybe not correct, but the gaps are correct. So it doesn't really matter, yeah. So I just thought I'd clarify that just in case anybody was concerned. I'm sure they weren't. So Burst have basically halved their gap to Race Clutch, which I guess is a successful day. And even if they finished first, they wouldn't have overtaken Race Clutch. So I guess they can't be too disappointed with how things have gone as Go Team start off these final stops in Hypercar now.
Certainly do. So this is what we were expecting, was these cars to come into the pit lane, and now it just depends obviously how long that stop is going to be, but there was a decent gap actually between them. One thing that surprised me, that Go Team car was about 5 seconds behind Burst, and now it's about 11. So that gap, at one point we thought Burst were being slow, but they obviously still have some speed if Go Team, now that gap has increased. It's so weird how this race has ebbed and flowed. The strategy's been all over the place. Been a very, very interesting one from that point of view. But it is the... the gap has increased because, my bad, that's because Prosciutto is the car in the pit lane who's the first in that battle initially. So now obviously it was 5+5, which makes sense to why that gap has increased. But either way, Burst not being quite as slow this stint as we saw in the previous one.
No, they've at least maintained the gap to Mergley, which is no mean feat. So I don't really understand why. It's what happens in Code 80 races, where things get really split apart. They're obviously always very interesting, but they're somewhat difficult to get a handle on sometimes as well. I mean, I've still got question marks in GT3. I think Visceral will have to pit again, but there's only 13 minutes to go now. I thought they would have been in by now even.
Yeah, maybe.
Getting a bit concerned.
Is it too much to stretch for a bit, maybe? Who knows? We'll have to see if that is going to work out, because obviously there's about 6 laps left in this race, but some gaps are starting to close in, and as you say, just a handful of seconds
So
here.
I guess nothing happened, right?
6.6 at the moment.
Dennis isn't
12
so
minutes
much-
to go, which means if it was a GT3 race,
I
they'd
don't
have
know,
what?
that's just a few things
6
that
laps
happens,
remaining?
that's nothing interesting.
But this is, of course, not
Yes.
decided by them. It's decided by the hypercars. 2:16s. 12 minutes to go. It might be 4 laps to go for the probably 5 if it was GT3s. But you've got to work out where the leader is and then figure that out compared to them and all of that kind of thing. But Diogo Silva doesn't have very many laps remaining, and they are both a long way ahead of the rest of the field, which is what you'd expect to see. Thomas Enger Sim Racing often find themselves a long way ahead of the rest, but don't worry anymore. Visceral Esports are in, as I suspected so. And I think that everybody else has been in. So Wanako are ahead of both Black Hawk cars. Where do Visceral come out in all of that?
And that means that the gap for Tom Senga is what we were not convinced by, but is well over a minute on the pace, on the strategy, and that is going to be a dominant victory. I mean, even sort of 20 odd seconds can be dominant in a race like this, but for it to be over a minute is quite something.
Really is. Can Adam Taylor get ahead? I don't think that stop's going to be long enough for Silver to allow Adam Taylor ahead again. I think Visceral will be second here as we have a look at a replay in LMP2. This is the 4th place car at the time, which would have been Netrex, and so we'll continue watching this for the moment. But yes, I think Silver's already making his way out of the pit lane actually, so he will be ahead of Adam Taylor. As I suspected, that shorter final stop has at least secured them 2nd place.
Yes, and that is always something that you're trying to do as you go on. If you can't, if you can't sort of get the win, definitely maximise what you can do. And a few seconds here and there are obviously what you want to try and get at the end of the day. It's always funny how some of these races can literally come down to a couple of seconds after all of the variables. There's multiple pit stops, there's multiple drivers in the cars, there's been code 80s, there's been overtakes, there's traffic, there's spins, and sometimes it is literally just a couple of seconds on strategy or going a lap longer here, lap longer there, that always brings it back together. Overtakes, there's traffic, there's spins, and sometimes it is literally just a couple of seconds on strategy or going a lap longer here, lap longer there, that always brings it back together. It's quite a funny one how the maths works.
Yeah, it's always what makes it so interesting, though. I've been doing it for so many years. And by the way, next time out, we'll have 4 times the amount of all of those things, because it'll be the Daytona 24 hours just on the other side of the new year in January. Very much looking forward to that one, of course. The first time, Cam, we've had 2 24-hour races in 8 years in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's been a very long time coming, but we're at Daytona for the first time in ages. We've got 2 24 hours for the first time in ages. It's going to be a race of discovery. I've said Daytona for the first time in ages, like we didn't have it last season, but you get the idea. It's not been on VC very long. 24 hours in 2 times in 1 season, though, is unusual.
Excuse me. Daytona just coming to the platform about a year ago or so. There's contact there with the Netrex car. One of the GTs on the inside. When the Aston Martins, they're not going to be too happy, and that is a lot of risk on the outside there. That is the 28 of Andres Asian. We saw his massive defence on Charlie Rigo earlier. But needs to be careful not getting penalties for next race.
Yep, that would be have to be served, of course. If there's ever a race to serve them, then I guess the next one is that race. But you would like to avoid it ideally, nevertheless. This is one of the final few battles we have out on the circuit. It's between Geeks Energy Sim Racing and Go Team Racing in the LMP2 category. It's Sten Hankgraf and Valtteri Karjalainen in the Go Team Racing car, and so we'll see what the race to the flag is going to look like for these two. Just 8 minutes to go, and this could be the final position to settle on the road.
Certainly could, and that's why they're going to be pushing hard. And it's getting very close. Blanchimont trying to find some way through, and trying, of course, to get as close. Oh, lock in the rears, though, sliding. The rears just catching that, and it's definitely easy to do in this car. It has a lot of engine braking. Going to be getting the downshifts done at the right time to not be overloading the rear wheels, and certainly looking like the faster driver. Does God absolutely send it on the brakes once again, and probably pushing a bit too much here.
Well, this is getting a bit ragged for everyone now, and it's probably because it's the near end of the race. Long 6 hours here this afternoon. Big move down the inside of the Renzo Ciucci, so I'd imagine that is in the satellite racing car. It could be somebody else now, but it's a late move, and it won't come to anything at the top of the hill here. But everyone seems to be getting a bit tired. Everyone, of course, has been driving in these nighttime conditions for quite some time now. It's almost been a half and half race today in terms of weather conditions.
Yeah, it was basically the sun was starting to set already in the first hour. The shadows were coming in, and you're already by the middle part of the race. We were looking to be in very dark conditions, which is something a little bit different. Don't always have that. Although, do you remember that, was it season 10?
Oh, sorry.
Where we had all the races start in local time?
I'm playing something else.
So we had races like in Fuji. Yeah, so races like in Fuji where it actually started in the dark.
We were winning so convincingly.
You know, many hours ahead
So what
into
about
the
the
night
laps?
European time.
Will
That
it
was
be
quite
the
an
extra
interesting
laps
concept that we tried that season.
I do remember one race at Istanbul that was entirely in darkness. I think that was somewhat by accident.
Let's see.
But I do remember that must have been season 9 or 10.
But that would make sense, because back then we used to start at 5 p.m. European time, and obviously Istanbul's an extra hour or 2 hours ahead.
PM.
So then obviously a 12-hour, 8-hour race, whatever it was, would have been all through the night.
Would 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. at that time of year? I guess would be 12
Do you have the fuel for the extra
Just about.
laps?
I think so. Yeah.
I just remember that season 10 we were basically always in darkness. It was, certainly an interesting concept to try. I actually quite liked it, to be honest.
Well, I think that it would make a bit too much darkness, if we're being honest. Maybe it would change these days, because we start at 1 p.m. CET these days rather than 5 p.m. wasn't it, CET, that we used to start at in the evening. It's quite some late nights back in the day there. There's some 12-hour races, I'm sure. Many of you remember them watching on.
I do.
You do. I remember some very late endings to races there. But let's see. This battle for ninth place may well be settled now as Karainen makes his way to the outside. And it's going to be a long way round the outside. He's not going to manage it. He slides his way through. Very nearly did what Charlie Rigo did there, actually. But thankfully, can hold his car on the road. And he stays in 10th place. Still challenging for that 9th place and can't get it this time.
Valtteri's looking very aggressive at this moment in the race. He's been locking the rears. He's been trying to go around the outside, doing all sorts. But Hangraf is holding on very nicely as it stands for this 9th position. 4.5 minutes to go. We are getting close in that battle, actually, between Burst and Go Team for second place in hypercars. Just to let you know, a couple of laps remaining. Also
Did
there,
we have the fastest
your
lap at
GTEs,
Bahrain?
that's Veltons in Scuderia Leone trying to unlap himself from Monaco, and now he's getting involved in this LMP2 battle, as that is starting to get very close with Carolina around the outside here.
That was very close, and just about Hangraf holds on to the car there, but that could have gone very wrong indeed. What was happening in front of Adam Taylor, who's on his way to a podium in GT3, of course, but my goodness me, that was close. As
They're saying
the Kickstarter sim racing car really wiggled the way through Stavolo. Now in towards the bus stop chicane they go. Carolinen gets himself to the outside. Will he have the inside in the second part? No, he was not able to quite keep himself there. But Hangraf gave him the space anyway. Almost gave him a second invitation to the party, and Carolinen very much takes it. And he'll go to the outside now of La Source. Will this be the move instead? He's later on the brakes. He's going to go right round here, and they're going to remain side by side on the way towards Eau Rouge. But no, Hangraf will hang on.
but he's still going to be in a good position, Caroline, to get this slipstream up this back straight. We saw it though with Charlie Rigo. You really have to be just 1 car length or so behind, which is pretty much what he is actually. As we come over the Radion up towards the Kemmel curve and onto the back straight, this is a good opportunity. Now it's going to be for the Go Team racing car around the outside. Can he find the momentum that he needs? And then obviously on the braking zone as well, he's got it in terms of his guys nose ahead, but can he do it around the outside? We've seen contact here so many times this race. They just about give each other space, but somehow the Go Team racing car has got through and 47 takes 9th place.
Nice overtake in the end for Caroline, and he's into 9th. Steinhagraf gave it a good go, but couldn't hold on. And surely now that position is settled. The Go Team racing car does look a little bit quicker, it's got to be said, and with only a few minutes remaining when that battle started, Geeks Energy Sim Racing, were well within their rights to try and hold on for that, but in the end the race was just a couple of laps too long.
Yes, and it comes down to that. And talking of laps, actually, I was thinking many 2 hours back, so oh, there's the leader behind, but it's not anymore, of course, with how the race has worked out. Race Clutch, they're coming past. They're not the race lead this time. It's Winchick, of course, who won the second round of the season at Road Atlanta, and things are actually getting close in the hypercars. Michael Leroux is coming in. He set a purple first and third sector on the previous lap. He's coming in fast, and now only 1.5 seconds behind Jani Simicic.
This could be a late twist in the tail. I didn't think these two would make it to the end, I've got to say. I really didn't think they'd make it, and I think they are hoping that the next lap is the last one. But will it be, is my question. I'm not sure yet, but it could be, I guess. Let's find out in a few minutes' time. There goes Martin Murley. It will be the last lap. I thought he was further ahead than that, actually. So he crosses the line, starts the last lap. Simicic, I think he's going to have enough here, surely. Michael Leroux's not close enough, you wouldn't have thought.
Alex, I think you have some fans in the chat.
We'll see. We will see just what is the drop-off. Leroux's the fastest driver on track right now, and he's coming in with a good couple of seconds a lap. So let's see if it is enough, at least on the previous one. We'll see what it is this time around. Does Jana have any sort of speed inside the final
race
now?
is not done yet.
And one final tour of this 7-kilometer venue to work out who's going to be in second place. The door opened with Race Clutch having those issues in the mid part of the race. Winchick have taken it for the race lead, but for second place, this has been going on for many, many hours.
It's been going on for a very long time, and in the end, Burst Esport look like they're going to prevail in this battle between two teams that may well be up there by the end of the season. Two previous champions in the VEC. Burst Esport have, of course, managed it in the past with the DPI in season 14. Burst Edge Esports missing out a couple of seasons before that, the season before that, in fact, as well. Go Team Racing finally getting their first championship last season. I think they're going to be 1 lap too short here. Leroux is closing in, but it's going to have to be at the bus stop chicane. He's only got 1 overtaking opportunity. That is the downside of him catching this late on.
Make sure to rate.
Yeah, it's going to be one and done if he wants it. But where is the traffic going to fall? And is it going to fall nicely for Jerne? Is it going to fall nicely for Michael? We're about to find out as we come through sector 2. All a bit of too much of a curb there, a bit of a wiggle on the exit. And it's going to have to be a bit of a dive down the inside there. And Jerne is going to be right on the limit in terms of holding on to this one. But final corner time already.
It's Martin Murgley and Winchick Racing Team who come across the line to win the 6 Hours of Spa, their second win of the 16th season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Martin Murgley leads Winchick Racing Team over the line to victory. Now who's going to lead them over the line to second? It's going to be very close between Jerne Simicic and Michael Leroux, both giving it absolutely everything. Into Blanchard, there's a lot of understeer for Leroux there, and I think Simicic is going to be okay, but he will defend anyway. Leroux goes to the outside. He won't get through on the inside of the second part, and it's going to be Jerne Simicic who finishes second for Burst Esport next view, and Michael Leroux is going to be third for Go Team Racing in the end. A great battle between the two of them, but it's Simicic who prevails in that one. Fantastic fight, and in the end, the race was just a little bit too short for Michael Leroux.
He needed, as you were mentioning a few minutes ago, he needed 1 more lap to try and make that work. It was going to be 1 and done, and he wasn't quite close enough. But there's certainly been some great fights up and down the field, and even in the GT3 category, he's been all over the place. But it looks like it's going to be Thomas Enger Sim Racing by a bit of a country mile with the way that things have worked out. By 40 odd seconds in the end, they seem to have had this one covered. and they
New
come in
stars?
for another
Yeah.
race victory. They
Extended
won the
Yeah,
round
the
2 of the
GT
season, and it looks like it's going to be round 4
they
as well.
gonna-
As
yeah.
What did you
LMP2's
do?
coming past them for the win too.
Without him, I
They're going to come
can
across
make
the line pretty much together. First of all, it's going to be
Good job.
Dennis Jordan for
Nice.
Scuderia
If you-
Ferrari Esports
if
to
you
take
got on
their
a
second
fastest
win
lap
in a
on new
row
stars, that would
in
have
the
been the
Virtual
biggest flex
Endurance
I've ever seen in
Championship
my
for
life.
Season 16. And Thomas Enger Sim Racing also with their second race win of the season in their third podium. It's a hat-trick of second race wins of the season
I guess
for the
that
3
was a
class
good race.
winners here today
Start
at the
to
6
Decent, I
Hours
would
of
say.
Spa. Some big winning margins for those class winners.
Could've been
Some
better.
very
Shame
close
I-
battles
Shame I-
further behind.
And Darius Andre
I mean,
in the pit lane. Is that because he's finished?
to be
Oh, I
honest,
think it's because he's finished, because
last
he ended up
180,
effectively
I'd say.
being 1 lap
Really
down
cost
because of
us
where
a
he
lot.
was. Finished in 3rd place.
Compared to the
And
others.
Svikovsky, therefore, Hyperion will come home in second
still finished 40
place.
seconds
And
ahead,
what a race
so-
it was for them. You know, Gold came in to this race being the championship leaders, and Hyperion have had them covered. What a race it was.
Martin Mergley, the winner for Winchick Racing Team with First G-Sport Next View, just holding on from Go Team Racing for second. It's the other Go Team car just off the podium in 4th, and a great result for Racing Zone Team to finish inside the top 5, ahead of the displaced now championship leaders Race Clutch, Simfree Esports and Virtual Drivers by TX3 round off the hypercars who finished in the main pack. Dennis Jordan for Scuderia Ferrari Esports wins in LMP2 ahead of Hyperion Esports, who were second. Gold Racing Esports couldn't quite catch them in the end. Sim Racing for Holland were misplaced and they were finished 9th in hypercar. It's Netrex who finished just off the podium after
Well, I guess
holding off
we're leading
Warmup
now.
Racing in the final
Yes.
minutes of that race.
Easy.
Luke Meunier for Team Iris finishes 6th
On
with
to
Stormclock
Daytona.
Racing and Team RCR running at the top 8. Go
Yeah.
Team Racing, Geeks Energy, Sim
24
Racing round
hours,
out the top
baby.
10 there with Armed
Or
Cyber
curb
just missing
avoidance,
out.
because we'll
Salvatore
die
Zitiello at
if
the
we
wheel
touch
of that one at the end. Netrex GP
Oh,
were
yeah,
12th
yeah,
ahead of
you're
Seawolf
right.
Netrace,
Must have you.
who have had a very anonymous
Win.
season so
We
far,
shall
it's got
see.
to be
We
said.
have to
Visual
make the
Esports,
setup.
Armed Cyber, Undercover
When
Rain
time comes, we
and
have to make the
Valet
setup
Corsa round out
not
the
deadly, even if
LMP2
it's like 2 or 3
field.
tenths slower,
15 of
I
them, of
say.
course. And then finally, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, the GT3 winners. Visceral Esports and
Yeah.
Wanaco joined them on the podium,
see.
with Blackhawk Racing just missing out. They were ahead of their
But well
teammates. It was
executed race,
Nicola
nice
Pastore
one,
and
guys.
Giuseppe Pastore out there together.
Oh yeah,
At the
amazing,
end,
I would say.
Joe Asensio
Easily
for
our best so
MXF
far.
Pro Esports finishing next ahead
any
of
big-
Juicy's Motorsport Club. Scuderia Leone held off Blugio Esports with Satellite Racing. Only one of their cars getting inside the top 10
I
this
think the
time round.
pace in
Tom
general
Kapusta
was
finished the
really,
other
really
one
strong
in
today.
the 11th place out of Juicy's Motorsport Club, Visceral Esports and Satellite Racing to round out the top 40. And then
compared to
further
previous
behind than that,
past
we
setups
have a
I've had,
lot
this
of
one was
DNFs.
pretty
Honours competition,
based.
Understeer United, Caspian Motorsport,
Like, so
Gemelli
good.
ERT, RKT competition, Visceral Esports, Ramada Motorsport, BS Plus Zoom competition, and RFRO SimSport rounding out the retirees from that very long and difficult race. That is round 4 done here, Cam. Next up, it's the 24 Hours of Daytona on the other side of the new year. What a second half of the season we're going to have.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And the championships have closed up. We've had some championship leaders having some problems as well. So it's going to be fascinating as we get into the trio of American races before we come back to Europe for the final 2. It's going to be good fun.
Raid,
Certainly is. Make sure you join us on the other
Fabio
side
after
of
this.
the new year here at the Virtual Endurance Championship for the 24
Let's
Hours
do it.
of Daytona. What a fantastic race we're going to have. Today, though,
Next
it's about
race in a
Winchick Racing
month
Team.
or
They
6
take the
weeks it is.
victory
6
and
weeks,
take the
mid of
championship
January.
lead in hypercar to
Yep.
go with it. 3
Nice.
amazingly
Little break.
interesting classes once again here in the
Yes,
Virtual
sir.
Endurance Championship. Make sure you have a good Christmas and join us on the other side of the new year. I've been your Leary
So I
alongside
guess
Cam
yeah,
Roger,
next race
and
next
we'll
year.
see you there.
Nice.
Nice
Good way to cap off 2023.
I guess that's gonna do it for today then.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, Anthony, what's the plan now? Do we have to report something to you, or
No,
Ah,
you
wait,
can.
it's the stream's stream's still running. Then I'm
Oh,
gonna
gonna start the raid then, yeah.
yeah, just start the raid.